In all of the time on Earth, no progress has been made. I have had intent to help the RONALOKAS recover from this loss of consciousness for a very long time, but there was no way to recover the RONALOKAS until the mother was able to recover her own loss of consciousness from her own experiences in the darkness of space, because the mother's will is necessary to move the rest of what is involved here. The mother had seen the RONALOKAS coming toward Earth, and even from her place out in the darkness of space, she had tried to embrace them and let them know her presence of love was there for them. But the RONALOKAS, in their terror, were unable to know what was coming into them from where. Although it was not recognized by them as mother love, the mother's love did reach them with enough compassion for their vulnerability and helpless plight that they were born into physical existence alive. Even so, many of the RONALOKA hated the mother's response of compassion for their plight because they did not want to feel it. They wanted to refuse to accept their helplessness and their vulnerability as their predicament. When the RONALOKAS fell to Earth, they acted and looked like newly born babies who could not even breathe at first. They almost asphyxiated because of their fear of opening to take in anything more. They had to be shocked into taking their first breath because they didn't know whether it was going to harm them or not. Many of the RONALOKAS used great anger, which was held back, as an impetus to overcome their plight, and they are still using it now. Many have refused to admit that there has even been a loss of consciousness, or that there have been any problems, and until they do allow themselves to notice it, they are not going to be able to recover what they have lost. Most of the people involved here have not moved this since it first happened to them. Moving here is going to be necessary if the RONALOKAS are going to grow up into what they need to be, instead of just having adult bodies without grown-up essence inside. The mother has always felt like she cannot have a man in her life because the masculine side of the will has polarized away from her feelings here and has acted like it is not possible to allow these feelings to move and still be a man. As a result of not allowing these feelings to move in themselves, they have not allowed them to move in the women of the RONALOKAS either. But the truth of the matter is they cannot be men unless they do move these feelings. If they do not move these feelings, they can only be boys in big bodies who threaten to or do smack the mother whenever she moves or starts to move her feelings here. Because they cannot stand these feelings, they want to blame them on the mother. The mother is tired of taking the blame here, and for quite some time has tried to do without the man she could never find anyway. The best she has been able to do is to hold back most of her own feelings and try to live the pretense of having a man around by trying not to move toward the gap in her man. This pretense has come from fear of the gap. When the masculine side of the RONALOKAS polarized away from the fear and the terror, it labeled these feelings feminine and weak. I would like to point out that there is greater strength in being able to face the terror than in avoiding it, which is why no matter how physically strong the men have made themselves, the women still have greater inner strength. As a generalization, this is not wrong, although I know that some of you will want to rush at me with exceptions to the rule. That is not the point. The point is to allow yourselves to move the emotions being triggered here, rather than arguing about what is being said as a way to avoid the issues involved. You must look at what has happened to you as a group, whether you like being identified with the rest of the RONALOKAS or not. Your problems here are partly because of the extreme fragmentation that has taken place in the RONALOKAS, and partly because of the self-hatred, which is hatred also for your group identity. The hatred for your group identity is also part of the reason for your involvement with the gap and the guilt of the warriors, instead of with your own true spirits and the light you need from them now. You have a desire to rid yourselves of the oppression of the warriors now, and to do it, you are going to have to go into the feelings you have not been allowing and let them move. If you are a man moving into this part of your lost will. It is not going to be helpful to your healing to cling to images of what sort of emotional expression it would be suitable for a man to allow himself in these releases. Part of the problem you are having in the will polarity is that you have been shamed into thinking and believing that the emotional expression you need here is not manly, not acceptable, and is instead either feminine, hysterical and weak, or sniveling and cowardly. There is rage in the will toward labeling emotions in this way. It is going to be almost impossible to overcome this conditioning in your first few efforts, but you must not allow these images to retain their grip on you. They are nothing but guilt to the extreme of self-hatred. This self-hatred is often not recognized by those who have it, because feelings are seldom allowed to move enough to find these places. When they do move here, there is usually immediate blame for another who represents the hated aspect of the mother. For example, blame is often placed in this way: I lost control of my rage because of the way I was provoked. If you have an aversion to having the will referred to as the mother, or if you have an aversion to being referred to as polarized to the mother because you are will polarized but in a masculine body, you need to realize that you have hatred for the mother in all of the ways you do not want to be identified with her. There is hatred for the mother for the imprint of terror, which is a form of self-hatred that is polarized away from the mother and into the rage that wants to blame her as a way to escape feeling this terror. This rage has preferred to kill the mother rather than to feel this terror, but healing is not possible this way. Because of the fragmentation involved, it has not been realized by those who hate the mother in this way that killing the mother is killing themselves. In fact, most of these people do not overtly kill the mother, but have fragments who do it. Hatred for everything that has been seen as weak in the will is lumped into these denials, along with fear of feelings in general. The mother is especially hated for her patterns of being victimized, so much so that victims often, instead of receiving help, receive more victimizing at the hands of this hatred. The mother would have stopped her patterns of being victimized if she could have, because she has no more love for them than this hatred has had, which is also her own self-hatred. Self-hatred in the will is immense, and it must be allowed to move now, as the great rage against the self that it really is. But you must also allow everything you need to move along the way to really being able to recognize this. Jumping ahead to levels of understanding you do not really have in your will is not going to bring you healing. Hating others is part of the process of finding out how they reflect your own self-hatred to you. You must also allow movement in the feelings of fear that it is wrong to hate. It has long been thought that feeling hatred is wrong, but you cannot love that which will not receive you. I could not love the mother where she would not receive me, and the mother could not love me where I did not receive her. Love is open. When you are not open, or where you are not open, you are not loving. Therefore, you can allow yourselves to notice that holding back is not more loving than giving your true response. This does not mean that your response is always going to be what has been popularly defined as a positive response. Although you will see as you move along here that even what has been termed negative response is a positive response in terms of real lovingness. Opening your vibration and allowing it to move in the light will allow you to become more loving, not less loving, as you like to think. The differences between this process and what has been going on in the world already is that hating others does not mean you go out in the world and fight them down or try to get rid of them. Instead, you move the emotions you have toward these people in your own space, with yourself or a few trusted allies who can act this out with you, until you really feel that this lost will has presence in you in ways that are enabling you to understand what happened there, to create those feelings. Once you know that, you can allow yourself to move in the ways that will heal these feelings. Hatred for the mother has been killing her for a long time. Her patterns of being victimized were caused not only by my original ignorance of the unseen role of denial, but also by my initial bad intent toward the will. My initial bad intent toward the will manifested as Lucifer, who fragmented out of me that long ago and has not moved his position since. Lucifer is held present by the will's self-hatred, which needs to move now. Hatred needs to move in the presence of strong intent to heal so that my light can come in, rather than having Lucifer become more empowered than he already is. This is what Lucifer's followers always say they are doing, very carefully allowing the will to move so that negativity on earth is not empowered. This is because they see the will as negativity on earth. They are controlling the will for their own purposes. It is not just in how the will moves, it is intent that makes the difference. I also need to mention that the will did not originate this hatred. I did. What needs to move in the will that feels like hatred is response in the will to the feeling of being hated. This is what the will holds that is being called hatred. What is called hatred in my light is lack of receptivity to the will, which is not my light, and yet my light originated it by creating the gap between spirit and will. This gap was immediately filled in by what has looked like my light to most people. The will polarity has to feel how much it has not liked being will. There is self-hatred here, and it is because it did not look like the will was favored by my light. Instead of using pep talks, positive imagery, or positive thinking to try to go past or move yourselves out of the self-rejection that is here, these feelings must be felt and expressed. As you have experienced yourselves in manifested existence, it has not looked at all like the will polarity was favored in my light. For the most part, it has been the other spirits who have led the good life, and the will people have been made to serve them. Now that it looks like I might be getting ready to hand some of the good life to the will polarity, what is going to be left of Earth? It looks like the other spirits have depleted and destroyed Earth, living their so-called guilt-free lives of abundance and indulgence. From the viewpoint of the will polarity, it looks as though the bounty of creation has been for the other spirits, and now, when it looks like there is nothing left, and even possibly no life left, the will people are finally going to come into their own. The will people have always felt that there is little or nothing left for them after the other spirits have taken what they wanted, and whether the other spirits admit to also having this belief or not, they do. The other spirits believe that if the will has what it wants, there will be little or nothing left for them. You need to see that guilt is the reason for this. Wherever guilt is in the place of my light, the possibilities for everything are immediately limited and remain that way until the guilt is moved out. Moving guilt out is the trick that is going to allow the recovery of consciousness that has been lost. Guilt is not consciousness, no matter how it looks. The people who reflect guilt to you do not feel like conscious people once you get your will moving enough to notice them. Then you will have to deal with the guilt of feeling this way toward them. But at least you are getting close to moving the guilt out, because you are starting to feel again what has made you deny what you saw there. What to do about guilt is what you really need to understand now. It is not outer movement that is necessary here. It is internal movement, but not internal movement of the kind that remains silent and tolerant of what has been happening by gaining some new belief system that is able to enlist your compliance here. I am talking about the kind of internal movement that vibrates in your own space and fills your own space with your own vibration so that you no longer leave space for guilt. This does not necessitate throwing guilt out in some active reaction against it. That does not realize this would also be losing part of yourself again. By expressing from your will, you are vibrating yourself so that you are making space for your own essence and reclaiming essence you have lost to guilt by making a place for it within yourself. This is what self-acceptance is, and to get there, you will have to deal with the guilt that says it is not right to take this space for yourself. Guilt will make you feel lousy every time you express your true feelings until you have acceptance for them. Whenever you feel guilty, go to the fear, which is the real problem. Allow yourself to notice that when you back up for guilt, it presses on you all the more. Your lack of vibration or lack of self-acceptance makes space for it to press in on you more and more until you feel you have to fight for your life, only to find that fighting empowers guilt all the more to intimidate you by turning your own denied fear against you. Many have the fear that allowing their wills to vibrate means they will become, or want to become, dictators and have everything their own way, tolerating nothing they don't like in others. These feelings have to be gone through too, in order for you to see that the only thing you will not be able to tolerate is lack of movement in the will, and those who will not let their wills move. Guilt is a very innocuous and yet insidious thing, and is the reason you are having the problems you are having now. It is impossible to move out the guilt you have without giving free expression to the will, so that you can sort out what is free expression and what is not. Guilt has moved into any place the will has been held back, and thus, anytime you are not free and spontaneous with the expression of your response to what is happening to you, you are making space for guilt. Your subjective experience is your experience, and anytime you deny your subjective experience, you are having the experience of guilt rather than your own experience. Whenever you feel yourself being hesitant rather than spontaneous, you need to feel the feelings that are causing you to hesitate and express them. It is usually fear of one sort or another. You need to understand that you can also deny your own will by forcing it to express when it does not feel safe to do so. If you are not ready to express the feelings you have, express the fear of expressing them first. Do not always make this an exercise in word usage. The guilt you need to move out here is guilt that has been with you for a long time. You are just now recognizing its presence as guilt, rather than whatever else you thought it was, and you have a lot to learn about why it has been there before you can move it out successfully. Guilt has more power on earth now than my light does, and it is not possible to go past the fear you have of openly expressing emotions that have been so long denied by society at large. The reality that these feelings are denied by society at large shows you the immensity of the presence of guilt. Denied anger and self-hatred played the biggest role here. But of course, all of it is fear avoidance. Without fear, there is no anger or self-hatred. And yet, I want to make this point once more. Fear is not something to get rid of or identify. See for what it is and let go of it. Fear is something which must be felt and expressed until it has naturally, and without pressuring, evolved into another feeling of greater understanding. If love and compassion are not present, you have not healed it. And I am not talking about your love and compassion toward the fear. I am talking about fear's ability to expand into love and compassion. I am making this point so many times because no matter how many times I have tried to make this point in the past, many of you have managed to misunderstand me because of your desire to avoid what has to be felt here. Even now, many of you are managing to misinterpret these books, and if you continue to do so, there will be no hope left of healing for you for a very long time. So long that you will go unconscious and lose the rest of the consciousness you have before healing will be able to come to you. In other words, the mother and I are both tired of trying to get across to you, and we are giving it this one last try. If this doesn't succeed, we are going to conclude that you do not want to move with us now, and we are going to let you go and have the experience you need to have to be able to align with what we are saying here. We have a great fear, we are now moving, of allowing this to happen, and of what it will mean for all of us. We have, as well, a great rage toward the lost will that does not want to move now. We also have these feelings toward my lost light, which is not allowing the will to move, but we have no recourse other than to move what we can now, and allow the rest to move later. Lost will turns against that which has denied it in most cases, but whether this manifests as hatred or not is dependent upon Lucifer's presence. For example, Lucifer was behind the squashing of the protests in the United States during the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, and has remained militantly against it, unless it takes the form of something he can control, such as affirmative action through the processes already available, or internalizing the struggle according to his prescription. The lost will involved gives the guilt reflection, but it cannot move the emotions that need to move the guilt out. Neither is the lost will reflection conscious of holding the denials or garbage of the ones doing the denying, and yet, when it seeks to reverse the self-righteousness in these denials, it often seeks the garbage on these people in order to discredit them. You can see from what has happened in the United States that the guilt reflection is trying to reverse all the gains the protesters and civil rights practitioners hoped would have been made. One of the ways the guilt reflection is gaining popularity for his viewpoint is by making it appear that the protesters for social change in the United States during that time were either very naive, wrong, or had nothing real to offer. These people are now, for the most part, being portrayed as mindlessly immature, drug-crazed, sexually promiscuous originators of the destruction of the moral fiber of America, and originators of epidemics of sexual and drug-related diseases. The warriors, of course, are portraying themselves as struggling to fix the mess created by this movement. As the reflection goes on without the understanding to heal it, the people are seeing the drugs introduced to obliterate consciousness rather than expand it. Sexual freedom has increasingly become licentiousness, cheap thrills, and a lack of responsibility for the children and even the other adults involved. The reawakening of sensitivity has become sensual saturation, bordering on complete boredom, and love has become more of a word to throw around when selling products than anything real being felt by most people. The word love is also being used by people trying to sell themselves as loving more often than love is being felt by any of them. The pressure to make abortion illegal is another effort by the guilt reflection to reverse what happened in the 60s era, but the problem cannot be solved in this way. The reflection here is all lack of self-acceptance. The pattern it is taking here is that unwanted children feel unwanted within themselves, or they would not appear in places where they are not wanted. These lost will fragments are going to feel unwanted, whether they are born or not, and whether someone else adopts them or not. The ones who are already here are reflecting this by trying to make it so that it seems to them that no other living essence can be discarded. All of the problems you are having now that seem to have their origins back in those times are reflecting the extent to which the visions of the people then were mental concepts which did not allow movement in the will that could have aligned manifestation and vision. This is the ancient power struggle manifesting outwardly, and my greatest lesson with the mother. Her opposition was only in appearance. If I had been able to allow her the movement necessary, she would have aligned with me rather easily. My use of the word allow here does not mean that there can be any element of patronization, expectation of outcome, manipulation of feelings of superiority toward the will. The will must be allowed to exist and have its own ways and means, the same as spirit wants to be allowed to exist and have its own ways and means. The gap is still so large, however, that the distrust between the two, spirit and will, is still very immense on earth. What you must understand is that the reversals that have taken place against the advances made in the civil rights era, for example, does not mean that the exhausted protesters from them must somehow find it within themselves to rise again or pressure their children to do so by telling them they have no social conscience. The situation does not call for a more intense presentation of what is wrong and how it should be made right than was given back then, nor will a more orderly or well-groomed presentation be more successful than it was then. What is missing here is intent to receive you. If you are not getting acceptance right around you, you will not get greater acceptance on a larger scale. The bigger you go, the greater the force of resistance that will rise against you, unless you do the inner work necessary to stop manifesting this opposition. The ways in which these reflections are being given are as multitudinous as the judgments and the withheld feelings involved. For example, the denied feelings of anger and violence in the civil rights movement soon began expressing against those who were denying these feelings. The beloved Dr. Martin Luther King denied his own feelings of rage, hatred, and violence until one of his own lost will rage fragments killed him. The same is true of John Lennon. The gap must be healed now. Without healing the gap, you cannot go forth and speak the truth of your conscious intent without having the reversals manifested by your denials in a state of unconsciousness. The gap has gotten everyone who has risen against it and will continue to do so unless it is healed. The things Dr. Martin Luther King most hated in himself were reflected by those who killed him. And I say those because many were involved in the pattern, even though the fatal shot was fired by one. When John Lennon denied his feelings of anger and fear toward those who rose against him for daring to say he was more popular than Jesus and made what appeared to be a public apology, guilt began to gain the power to take his life in that incarnation. As has been already mentioned, the denied rage of the hippies has been reflected by many of the youth of that era and denied fear by the return to fundamentalism in religion. The backlash against blacks, and even the violence of blacks against blacks, is a direct result of their own denials. These tragedies are not things that can be solved by greater mental awareness alone. Too often, all that is produced by this is a change in form, while the essence continues vibrating in the same ways. For example, the same ones who were the Sadducees and the Pharisees who rejected Jesus now embrace him as their savior, just as they have always embraced whatever the majority religion is where they live. They now move against anyone who seeks to defame their image of Jesus, just as then they moved against him for seeming to defame images they held sacred at that time. This is because they are a guilt reflection that has not moved much throughout all of history. And no matter how much you might want to say that Jesus was perfect, he had guilt mixed with love. The guilt that created his death on earth had to do with the polarization of heart toward my light and away from the lost will and body essence we had on earth. The entire Jesus scenario was played out on earth by fragments of my own four parts, which had fragmented out in various ways with various misunderstandings and denials. There is a direct parallel here with Dr. Martin Luther King, because he was, in fact, one of the many fragments of Jesus left on earth when Jesus ascended. Dr. Martin Luther King was some of the denied will essence of Jesus that was left on earth when Jesus ascended, because he had essence that embraced Jesus' belief that it was not right to meet violence with violence. Dr. Martin Luther King believed he was not worthy to ascend with Jesus until he purged himself of the feelings of violence that he had. Jesus shared the misunderstandings I had at the time. We had an aversion to violence and did not know how to move the lost will essence that was involved in it. Jesus judged against his feeling of wanting to do violence against those who had done violence against him. Dr. King was part of the will essence present in Jesus that accepted judgments against the feelings of violence. He manifested the presence of these judgments by denying violence in all forms. Dr. King spent his lives from the time of Jesus trying to purge himself of the feelings of wanting to give a violent response when violence was done to him. Dr. King felt that facing the violence of prejudice and ignorance, which he hated the most, was a good way for him to find out if he was really able to purge himself of the feelings of wanting to give violent response. Dr. King had guilt over his feelings here that resulted from the level of understanding Hart had at the time these judgments were made. All of his life, Dr. King believed it was not right to meet violence with violence, and for the most part, it is not. But it is necessary to allow the rage to move and find it acceptable within love. The difference between acting out emotions by giving them forms of violence and allowing them direct expression as pure emotion is going to bring the healing needed here. The rage that Dr. King had and believed he had to deny is the same rage the RONALOKAS have and believe they must deny. Even the troubles Jesus' followers had after his death have parallels among the followers of Dr. King. I would like to mention that several other key figures from those times were also fragments of Jesus as well as many unknowns who experienced feelings of being Jesus because they had lost will essence of his in various states of denial. This essence was being activated by the love message. Even though much of this essence has had glimpses of its true identity, the lost will essence of heart that did not ascend when Jesus did needs to find balance. This essence has accepted judgments of unworthiness, or the opposite. The heart judgments this essence holds all say in various ways that it was not loving to have the thoughts and feelings heart denied here. Some of this essence has been twisted into severe unlovingness by the heavier judgments heart accepted against himself. It will help you to understand this to know that Charles Manson is also a fragment of Jesus. It is also necessary to allow movement of any feelings you have that this could not be right. No matter how much you want to say that Jesus is perfect, he had guilt mixed with love, and the heavier parts of this guilt created his death on earth and his fragmentation. The guilt that created his death on earth was reflected to him through those that opposed him. Hart was opposed by his own lost will. He knew he could not reach them, but at the time, he did not know why. Hart was only able to help spirit-polarized people at the time of the life of Jesus because we had not yet figured out how to cross the gap between the spirit-heart and the will-body polarities. Mary kept asking Jesus to try harder to reach the people she felt needed him even more than the people with whom he was spending most of his time. When he did, he was able to help body people who were polarized to spirit, but he was not able to help the will people. The will polarity has many feelings to move around feeling left out once again at the time of Jesus. Mary did not understand, any more than Jesus and I did, that what could not be reached in outer reality had to be reached within first. Jesus was so polarized toward my light that he was able to heal the will-body presence he had with him in 3 days. Just because the will-body people cannot heal themselves in 3 days does not mean that they cannot be healed. Jesus left much of himself on earth that has to be healed now, and these parts of him cannot be healed in 3 days either. Mary had many feelings she did not allow expression in the life she had with Jesus. She had guilt about having these feelings and, so, did not see a reflection of receptivity for these feelings. it will help all of the will people to get in touch with the Mary that really was and is by getting in touch within themselves, with the feeling she had, rather than settling for the images that have been made of her. The will polarity has many feelings in common with Mary because Mary was a large part of the mother. Mary had most of the mother essence that could align with her gathered within her at the time of Jesus' coming. Hope was that the light of the mother's essence was finally going to be lifted back into my light again. Mary did not know this consciously, though. The mother had dropped so far down in creation that Mary was having trouble accepting that she had, indeed, been chosen to be the mother of a great prophet. It was not possible to get it across to her that she was also the mother of everything. I had gathered her together with as much essence of her fragments as I could align with us at the time in the hope that Heart's physical presence with her might be able to get across to her many things I wanted her to be able to receive from me. But the mother had been so pressured by the gap I threw her into when I smacked her that she had lost the consciousness she needed to be able to connect with many of the things Heart and I wanted to tell her. Mary felt that I saw her as lacking, and that I had gathered this extra essence into her so that she would be able to handle being the mother of a great prophet. She did not recognize this essence as missing parts of herself. She tried to accept this essence as helper spirits, and even though she was the parental part, she gave it the upper hand much of the time because of her feelings of guilt and unworthiness. Most of the mother essence in good enough shape to help Mary at that time was the essence that had fragmented out of her fairly early. This essence had not been as greatly damaged. This essence separated from the mother because it did not have the guilt that had separated the rest of the mother from my light. This essence had desire to be with Mary at the time of Jesus, but it also had opinions against Mary and her humble ways, because this essence had not had the experiences of the part of the mother which had been as denied as Mary was. This essence gathered around Mary like an extension of her aura. It was not used to being on earth, and Mary was not used to having so much light around her. Mary felt like she was barely on earth anymore. She felt barely able to handle herself, especially during the pregnancy with Jesus, unless Joseph or someone else led her around by the hand. She spent most of her time just sitting in the presence of the light around her. As a result of this sudden influx of light that was not very well aligned with her, Mary was having trouble keeping herself together. The emotional movement necessary here was not understood, and so Mary was not able to assimilate this essence as part of herself. Mary lost a large amount of this light when Jesus was born because of its lack of alignment with her. Mary thought this light had been Jesus' light, and although she missed it, she was also greatly relieved and felt more herself to be released from the pressure this light was giving the guilt she was holding. Mary could not see how so much light could have been meant for her, because nothing much changed in her life. She had the feeling that with or without the light, she could not cope with life on earth. She still has this feeling, as does most of the will polarity. Mary fragmented all during that lifetime and experienced herself as losing more and more light the older she got. She feared it was not possible to get better with age. She also judged it was not possible to live as she had lived and have the light remain present. These feelings were augmented in her by the opinions of the fragments that did not want to stay with her. There was also Mother Essence gathered near Mary that could not come close enough to be attached to Mary's body in that lifetime. Mary Magdalene and most of the prostitutes were among these, as well as Elizabeth, Mary's mother, and most of her friends and acquaintances. While we could not come any closer into alignment then, because fragmentation was not fully understood, especially where it came to healing it through movement of the lost will involved. At that time, I was trying to approach the mother as a sisterhood. Even now, the best alignment the mother is going to be able to have for quite some time is a sisterhood, but it is going to be necessary for the parental part to be given the recognition she deserves. The split between the prostitute and the good wife and mother was not a new split for the mother, and could not be resolved then for reasons of sexual guilt. Mary had plenty of it, and when Jesus suggested making love to her when she was lonely and sexually unfulfilled after Joseph's death, Mary could not accept him at all here. Mary had sensuality and sexuality, which her images have not been allowed to retain. Mary wanted Jesus to make love to her, and even fantasized it many times, but she was not willing to admit it. She held him at bay mostly because of her fears of what would happen if there should be a pregnancy or if someone should happen to find out. Mary especially feared showing her feelings in front of others because of her guilt. She greatly feared it was already obvious how much she loved Jesus because he embodied so much of what she loved in a man. Other men knew she had denied so much of the softness and receptivity. Men in those times were very rough, especially toward women. In spite of all the imagery that makes Jesus look effeminate, he was not effeminate. He was a man trying to touch the will, and so he had more openness to that side of his nature than other men in those times. Mary also had great grief that did not move, although it moved more than many others of her feelings. Her grief over Jesus' death was immense, but her guilt caused her to do her best to embrace the spirit-polarized viewpoint that it was a necessary part of the plan and that his separation from her wasn't real. Jesus' separation from Mary was real enough to her, and it was immensely painful for her to realize, once he was gone, how much his physical presence had meant to her. Mary also had great fears, which she did not move. Instead, she nagged Jesus with them and told him of all of the things she heard on the grapevine about how he was displeasing the authorities. Jesus responded to this by staying away from Mary more, instead of giving her the anger she needed to move her fear. Mary took this to mean that Jesus no longer loved her as much as the other people he was spending time with, and she became a little like the popular portrait of the Jewish mother, nagging him and accusing him of being gay because he was spending too much time with his disciples. Guilt told her she was not right to want his time any more because he was a great prophet that owed his time to everyone. Guilt did not allow the true emotional expression of the fear that needed to move here. Mary did not allow herself to rage either. When Hart was pulling away from her, she did not give him the rage she felt any more than she gave him the depth of her fear. She was afraid Jesus wouldn't accept this, and so none of us found out what Mary was really holding here. She did not rage at him for not giving her feelings more validity in his life either. Instead, she tried to smile and be the mother she thought she was supposed to be, while inwardly she judged herself heavily for not being good enough to fit her image of a prophet's mother. Mary expressed only a little of the emotion she had about Jesus' impending death, other than to let him know she wanted him to go away and stop displeasing the authorities. Mary did not rage at the disciples, even though she saw them as a bunch of gay-tending guys who wanted Jesus to themselves and who denied her validity as a spiritual presence. She did not rage about the treatment of women in general in those times, and she did not let her rage move when the disciples denied her the book of Mary in the Bible. Mary had all of the issues of Will's held emotional charge toward heart and spirit that need to surface now, but she didn't have enough self-acceptance to allow them. Mary had so many feelings in that life, she felt she dare not move that toward the end of that life. She could not carry the load of them anymore. Starting with Herod's murdering of the babies, which Mary heard about, she was at odds with me. She strongly felt that the presence of light and love should not be causing so many terrible things to happen. The more the persecution of the followers of Jesus piled atrocity upon atrocity, the more Mary questioned me. If this is the fruit of your love, she would say to me, why is it so bitter? Mary held her feelings back as much as she could, but she felt a hardness and a bitterness growing within her. When she could not take it any more, she lay down, appearing to be frozen in grief. She turned her face to the wall and stayed there until she died. Her other children thought this was all grief over Jesus, and that she loved him so much more than they, that she was not willing to live for them. They did not understand the depth of her pain, and neither did she. One of the last things she said to me in that life was, if you are so right, why is the suffering so terrible? When Mary died, she had intense feelings of unworthiness because she was unable to ascend like Jesus. She took it as another bitter defeat for those left on earth to have Jesus leave them so soon while they remained unable to follow him. After that, Mary did not talk directly to me for a long time. What was left of Mary, after all of the fragmentation that took place, incarnated into a life where she was tortured worse than anyone in history has ever been tortured. This took place in a deeply hidden subterranean room, so far out of the public eye that history did not even record it. What came forward there was a very complicated piece of karma that heavily involved the mother's original cause regarding many more issues than just those she had with Hart. Her emotions were not allowed to move here either, because the guilt reflection she had around her this time reflected all of the heaviest judgments she had against herself for having the feelings she had. It was self-hatred, and as a result, every time she made even a slight sound, her tortures were increased. Of the many things involved, I would like to say this now. Although her rage against herself was punishing her for all the charges she held against herself, it was also as though her rage was saying to me, "What kind of a God are you that you have got to have suffering? If it is suffering you want, I'll give you suffering. If suffering is what caused you to lift Jesus up, how much suffering will it take for you to be moved to lift me up? If Jesus died for our sins, how much suffering is necessary for you to lift all of us up, because we have all been left behind?" She relived Jesus' death, plus the tortures of many of his followers and the RONALOKAS' journey to earth, believing I required suffering and hoping the most suffering possible might be enough to move my light into lifting you all up. All the way through it, she fantasized being rescued, but it didn't happen. She finally died, miserably defeated, feeling that no matter how much sacrifice and suffering was offered to God, he was never going to help her or her people. It seemed to her that I was willing to lift the body of a man, but I wouldn't even ease the pain of a woman. Although the mother did not have the consciousness at the time to understand why she was being tortured so horribly, other than that it seemed to be a secret political act designed to extract information she had resolved not to give, I saw her be sexually violated by Lucifer many times here, and I understood what was happening. I stood by her, horrified, but I was unable to do anything to save her. Her self-hatred and her judgments that hated my light for having caused so much suffering had the upper hand here, and no emotional movement that could have changed the situation was allowed. She also blamed herself for Jesus' death, for many reasons which she knew, but one she didn't know then was that her inability to receive Hart made him unable to remain manifest on earth. I hesitate to mention it, but when this happened to Mary, it was a major reversal against my light and did more to cause the Dark Ages on Earth than any other single event. Mary did not understand, as Lucifer did, that her will was key to what happened on Earth. She was afraid the feelings she had here were ego, and she did not want any part of them. She even empowered her torturers to diminish her because she thought she had become too self-important and aggrandized as the high priestess at Delphi, which is who she was when her torturers kidnapped her. Her rage first took her there to speak what she did not speak at the time of Jesus, and when she did speak it, her denied fear gave her the reflection of rejection she had feared it would. She then felt wrong, all the way wrong, for having dared to think her input should affect my light. She feared it was her ego again, and in her fear, confused Lucifer and my light. She feared that what she had thought was my light was Lucifer fooling her with ego trickery into putting herself on the line so that her enemies could gobble her up. Given the gaps that were not healed, all of her fears were true. As soon as the denied fear began to come back at her from the outer reflection, Mary as the priestess went into fear, but she did not know she needed to allow her fear to move. Instead, she started holding it back in many places where she would have spoken out earlier. This left her followers feeling abandoned and opened space for them to feel their fears and doubts. Some of them turned against her. Mary was not long in the role of priestess after that. Gossip was already bringing her down as far as the town was concerned. She had given rage the upper hand instead of being held back by her fears. She had gone ahead and had sex with someone who attracted her, but who was forbidden in those times, the high priest. She had spoken out publicly and politically, and her kidnappers were the gap drawing near. Mary held her fears back and tried to proceed as though there was nothing wrong that wouldn't smooth out. But her fears were amplifying all the issues she already had about how wrong she was to have had sex with any other than my light and my light alone. The high priest was the father of manifestation, and so now guilt had her on every count there was in original cause. Her self-hatred was immense because she believed she was not the person she was supposed to be, and had dared to think of herself as someone she was not. Lucifer already had a hold of her, but when her denied rage came up in reaction to her fear being pressed in on her from the reflection all around her, she fell right into his hands, because the next thing in the mother's consciousness was that I smacked her into the gap where he tortured her. The mother reenacted the original tortures of Lucifer many times over, but this reenactment was the most intense in terms of time and space compression. Lucifer took her so far back into lost will in 6 days that the mother is not all the way recovered from it yet. I was sure we had gotten no place in all of the time I had been trying to help the mother come back to me, and my light was so furious at her for this, because I still perceived it as her resistance to me, that I empowered Lucifer to torture her again here, without allowing myself to quite realize how I was doing it. I felt highly trapped and did not allow myself to look at what happened there for a long time, but I had given my rage to the gap and allowed it to push the mother back. What happened there was of major historical significance. Mary, as priestess, could not allow herself to tell her torturers anything because she did not love them as she loved Greece. She hated the Roman Empire. She had so much residual hatred for what she saw as the arm of repression toward light and love at the time of Jesus that she held the Romans responsible for all that had happened there. She was not about to allow them to gain more power over the lives of those she loved. When she refused to help her torturers by giving them the information they needed, she thought she was helping Greece and my light. She contributed directly to the downfall of the Roman Empire, which was what she thought she wanted, But the dark ages that followed were even worse. Mary, in her state of denial, helped darken my light on earth because she did not notice that the problem was not the form of the Roman Empire, but the denial spirits who had infiltrated it. Thus, she could not allow herself to see that the Romans who were torturing her were part of the Luciferian shadow government that was trying to take over Rome. The mother thought she was a heroine and a victim, but she also blamed herself heavily without quite understanding why. She had been pounded down into too much unconsciousness to understand how much this helped Lucifer to have the dark ages he wanted. She saw the darkness here, but she did not understand, because of her own attachment to form, that Lucifer didn't care whether his plan took form within the Roman Empire or another way. Whenever the mother thought she saw what was happening, Lucifer told her she was judgmental, wrong, and unloving. The mother took this in and pressured herself to be more loving. The mother could not fully grasp what Lucifer had in mind for her here because she had lost the consciousness of being the mother. Lucifer had a strong grasp on her already. He strengthened his hold by first locking her up for 3 days, telling her that if she was such a great priestess, she should save herself or have that prophet she talked about save her, or her god for that matter, or maybe even her gods. Lucifer, in the form of Roman secret police, knew that this priestess believed in one god, and he taunted her by saying her god couldn't be much of a match for his gods, or even for him, since her god was not able to help her now. He also let her know that he thought his Roman gods were more powerful than her Greek gods by mentioning all of the sorest points of rivalry between them, not forgetting to emphasize that none of them were bringing her either escape or rescue. It is important to mention that these ancient gods were all ancient ones that served the light, and Lucifer had them all then, although he doesn't now. They had all been doing their best to keep the mother away from my light, and had succeeded more than she realized. Although the mother was not able to recognize her Roman captor as Lucifer, he knew his captive priest as well. So well, she thought my light must have been empowering him for him to know so much about her. She became so terrified that what she had thought was my light was not my light, and that I was sending her this punishment because she had not served me the way I wanted her to, that Lucifer was able to twist her thinking until she almost totally discarded my light as wrong and took Lucifer in my place. At the end of the 3 days, Mary felt powerless. Her grief was immense, and so was her terror. Her rage felt impotent. She felt there was nothing she could do but keep herself under control as best she could, by telling herself she must have this test to pass for reasons I knew, but which she did not. She begged me to help her, and nothing happened. Mary was then led into the subterranean chamber where she was tortured for 3 days, and all the reasons she felt tested came up in her torture. She could not allow herself to notice their full import then, and I cannot list them all now, but they had to do with all of the judgments against the mother from the beginning of time, as measured by the first conscious awareness. Almost as long as the mother's list of reasons is the list you are going to find in yourselves of why you cannot heal now. The will has been reversed so many times in her effort to heal that many places in the will no longer want even to allow hope that healing could be possible. When you move to change these ancient patterns you have lived with for so long, you are going to find in yourselves the same struggle within your essence that you have been having in your outer reality. Just as I did not see at the time how the unmoved lost will essence created these reversals in the mother right when it looked like healing might be possible for her. So it was again that Mary was looking to me like she was finally able to take in what I was trying to get across to her. She suffered the reversal of having Lucifer step in and reinforce all of the old judgments against her by pounding them into her will and body. What caused the fall of the Roman Empire and the loss of consciousness on earth then was Lucifer so very nearly killing the mother that she could not vibrate to receive my light on earth for a long time. When Lucifer finished torturing her this time, there was almost no vibration left in her. The mother severely fragmented again here, and in her next life, she was retarded and misshapen. When I saw what effect this had on the will essence, I knew I had no choice but to recover the mother first. Unfortunately, this was all shown to me in a state of reversal against my light. The mother, while thinking she was serving my light, was serving Lucifer. She was participating against her will as she knew it, but not as it actually was, in a major piece of black magic against my light. Her hatred for me helped Lucifer gain power over her, but her hatred for herself allowed him to use it. The will of the mother was almost killed there, and along with it, the ability of my spirit to manifest on earth for a long time. Even though the mother's intent was not the same as Lucifer's, Lucifer has used the mother to cause history to move his way many times. I am now looking for the mother's alignment with me to move history powerfully in the direction of the light of my love. This is all I'm going to say here. If you are feeling that you cannot understand what is happening, or that you cannot handle what is being said, you need to allow emotional movement instead of shutting down. Even everything that can be said in these books is but a little piece to help you get the rest by moving your emotional bodies. Without the emotional movement necessary, you cannot fill in the gaps in the material, which is as it should be, so that you cannot go to a level in your mind that would be too dangerous, and so that no one can impersonate a level of understanding they do not really have. If you find that you are missing the emotions you need to move here, you may find that you are cut out from understanding parts of this material, and it will not be wrong for you. If this enrages you, that is a good starting place for you, because no longer is the mother going to allow anyone into the realms of the will who is not really open to understanding what is really happening here. One of the biggest problems for the will has been guilt telling the will it cannot just move as it needs to move and understand itself later. What the will has to learn now is that it cannot explain itself until it has moved enough to know. The expectation of having to explain itself first should not be put upon the will. It is the gap that requires this. The mother had the ability to be tortured much longer than anyone else could have stood it, because she could not die without my light leaving her. I felt I had to stay present and not leave her until she had finished what she had to say, no matter how she had chosen to say it. That was what I looked at. When my light finally did let go of her, she went into unconsciousness and lost even more of herself there. What needs to be understood is that when the light leaves, the situation is not unlike death, except that there is really no such thing as death, just lack of vibration and all that that involves, including the inability of will and a body to reach consciousness with what they are experiencing. This is the source of the horror stories about the living dead. They have contacted the level of living that never dies, but not the part that ascends into my light. Quite the reverse, in fact. There is another reason the mother was able to suffer so long at the hands of her torturers that needs to be mentioned now, and it is the same reason the RONALOKAS suffer so much every time they die, and that is that the will cannot lift out of the body very easily. I also have to say that I did not allow the mother to die here because I was acting out my rage by not letting her die as a way of saying, "All right, I won't abandon you. See how you like that." I stayed with her because I was interested, and in fact, I like watching her punish herself for feeling as she did about my light, because I did not like it either. At the time, I was still focused on the view that it was the resistance of the manifested spirits to receiving my light that caused the pain and suffering. And even as I watched her there, giving me a graphic example of not being able to receive my light, I still saw it as the mother deliberately refusing in her rage to open and receive me, while begging for me in her fear and grief. In spite of all I knew, I did not see how I was empowering the gap until much later when the mother hit me in the face with it by dying at the hands of Hitler. Until then, I still felt like the mother was trying to use me. The will fears its own desire. Heart's desire of the will is not to have to suffer anymore, but there is so much conditioning in the will that it is going to suffer, and that no matter how much it suffers, nothing is really going to change, that the will is afraid to hope anymore. Hope for the will has become something that is only there to be dashed, as though there is some sort of cruel plot to make sure that hope is there, so the suffering will be all the worse for it. Even though we are all now able to come to the place of understanding that this is what the presence of guilt has caused in the will, it is also necessary to understand that the will is not even sure it knows anymore what its real heart's desire is. Even if the will could remember, the will does not feel that it trusts itself enough to believe it should have its heart's desire. Every time the will has felt itself in opposition to my light, the will has feared it was playing God in my place if it has dared to feel differently than I did. The will has had this guilt in place of my light for so long, the will does not know what my light has in mind for it, or trust itself to know the difference between guilt and my light. The will also does not want to hope for its heart's desire to be fulfilled for fear it will only experience more heartbreaks. Heart's desire of the will is to be able to move freely among people who have feelings similar to its own, and who do not endorse repression of the free flow of feelings. In this kind of environment, the will can move out old charge and old pain. In the process of doing this, each little nuance of the feelings involved in the patterns must be felt in the depth necessary to understand exactly what has to move out, what is not ready to understand, and what needs to move into the light now, so that no little piece is thrown out that might otherwise have moved into the light. The will wants this because the will has experienced such terrible pain being without my light, that it does not want any piece of itself without me, if that piece has desire for my light. The manifestation that must accompany this healing is one that must open space more and more for those who love and respect the will, while closing space more and more to those who do not love the will, but who want to control, manipulate, use, abuse, and rape the will, and also to those who only want to allow the parts of the will they think they like. The desire of the will to heal means that the lost will must move in all who have a desire to heal, because the mother must feel responsiveness to her. Those who want to live must not move any more in the consciousness that thinks They have love for the mother, but leaves lost parts of themselves unrecognized. So many people do not know what their lost will is doing because they have taken neither the time nor the trouble to explore it. This is because they have, in part, lacked understanding. But it is also because the will has been feared so much that most spirits have been very happy to go along with me in denying the will. The ones who must move back now are the ones who do not want to hear me, but who, instead, want to go on denying the will as they have always done. These people have locked in on old messages of mine and repeat them over and over, as though there is nothing new I could be saying and thus no evolution in my light. These people are impressed with old images I projected of my own perfection, and these images contain all the qualities of my old insecurity about myself as God, because they do not allow me to be questioned as anyone who might not have all the answers. I do have the answers needed now, but in the past, I did not have these answers, and I must admit to this in front of all of you, so that all who can move these old lost will images of me will do it now, and be able to separate themselves from those who are unwilling to do this now. When it comes to the will, no teaching so far given on earth has understood the will or accepted the will enough to open a path for understanding it. Because of this, teachings about spirit and love have had limited truth in them, and this is because will essence that is not free means that some light is being held as judgments. This means that there are limits being held within the light on the truth of the oneness. For example, fear has long been labeled the problem. Are you going to have fear or love? Are you going to live in love or negative emotions? These kinds of statements indicate that the part of the will that is seen to be within love is very limited. That is not true understanding. Spirit polarized people who take this approach with the will are not being loving here. Even though they received these impressions from what they thought was me, they are participating in the guilt reflection that has held the will back for so long. It is time for these old patterns of blaming, controlling, and punishing the will to move and heal now. I have moved past this attitude of repressing the will, and spirit-polarized people need to follow me here. I see, however, that many spirit-polarized people still want to say anything they can say to insist that nothing new is being said here, so that they can cling to the belief that this message fits in with what they already know. Thus, they can continue to avoid what they have avoided for so long already, feeling the pain of the will. Those who do not want to accept and feel the pain of the will are not going to be allowed to remain on earth any longer than their guilt reflection is still necessary to the healing process. In truth, many spirit-polarized people want to continue oppressing the will because they are afraid that the will want to turn everything around and treat the spirit the way the spirit has been treating the will. In truth, this is going to happen to whatever extent is necessary to make the spirit sensitive to the will, but it is never going to be the same because spirit, especially spirit that is denying will, cannot feel the pain of the will, no matter how much the will tries to inflict it, even from its desperation, to get its message across. The will has been denied over and over for trying this approach, and has ended up with more pain than it had in the beginning. The will has felt powerless to get across to those denying it, and this has increased the will's fear that spirit has more power than it has. Spirit has promoted this myth because of fear and hatred of the will. In the course of this healing, rage is going to have to move in the will that wants retribution, revenge, and even destruction of the spirit the way it perceived the spirit to have been destroying the will. This can't be gone around. It has to be gone through, and whatever has to manifest from it will manifest from it. What will pull us through this is that the will already knows in the rest of itself that it cannot destroy spirit and live itself. Will's rage and hopelessness have tried to counter this realization by saying it no longer cares to live anyway, because spirit has made its life so miserable. This also is going to have to be gone through in order for the balance necessary to be found. The mother herself has long been lost from this rage because she so heavily denied it, believing she was wrong to have these feelings. The mother is moving this rage now, and you are feeling the repercussions in nature and in the lives of people on earth. Even many forms of animal life are having the essence moved out of them by movement in the mother's rage toward the lost will images they have reflected of the spirit, or male, strutting around in all the finest feathers and fur, while the female, or will aspect, is left to do all the work of feeding, raising, and caring for the young, never being allowed to rest. As soon as one batch of young is raised, here comes the male, who only shows up when he wants sex, yet the female is blamed because she calls him by going into heat. It is not possible to move into healing here without having the planet come more into harmony with how you would like to live. Increasing sensitivity to the will means it is not possible for you to move emotion and not feel rage toward the way so much of life is and has been on Earth. You must get this rage moving. In the beginning, it may not feel to you like you have any involvement in the destruction of Earth, but the more you allow this rage to move, the more you will realize you are involved in the desire to destroy many things in manifestation, but you have lost the consciousness of having these feelings. As much as you hated feeling what you were feeling in the places where you made these denials, you also hate the outward reflection of them. Hatred must be moved till you recognize that it is a rage which has become so backed up that there is no light left in it. And then this rage must be allowed to move until it has feelings of love again, because hatred must move off of Earth now. Love and hate cannot exist in the same place. No matter how much rage, hatred, and fear have to move now in order to bring them within love, it is also true that love has not been altogether missing in life on Earth. Therefore, it is natural that grief is also going to move in response to fear about the changes that are going to be taking place, especially since one of the big judgments here has been that love will be lost if these emotions move. For the will, habits, no matter how bad they are, have been more comfortable than the unknown. Change for the will, therefore, means that the will must be allowed to move all of the emotion the will feels it needs to move. If the will is not given this freedom, then more lost will reflection is being created. In other words, release that involves some form of discarding rather than transformation does not work, if it is your own essence you are working with here. If you do not feel it thoroughly, you do not know if it is your own essence or not. If you do not allow yourself to vibrate fully, there is no way in the world to move out that which is going to fill the space where your vibration is being held back. When you try to push on guilt in the outer manifestations you perceive to be present around you, you are recognizing what is binding it to you. This approach only allows it to be pushed away for a while, and then it returns because of the magnetic draw that is there. This approach has made guilt seem like a plague or a curse that can never be ended. You have not understood guilt if you feel you have to confront it in some outward scenario, and tried to make it feel it is not right to have given the reflection it is given, and, therefore, it has to get out and no longer try to trouble or rule you. You have to understand that your impotence here is because it is you who have made the space for guilt. It may look like defeat or a pulling back to go inside and vibrate there, but it is really learning to vibrate in such a way that you fill the space you want to have, rather than going out and telling others to move back so you can have more space. It is not always going to be this way, but it is necessary to move within first because of the gaps involved. Once these gaps have been filled in, it will be no problem to move outwardly. No more guilt in you means the outer guilt reflection will no longer be troubling you. Notice that an impression of this can be given when denials run so deep that the lost will reflection is not being allowed or not being allowed near you. If this is the case, I am not speaking to you now. I am not speaking to the ones who are still more interested in patting themselves on the back for how well life is working out for them. I am speaking to those who are finding in themselves an I cannot win judgment. Since outer reality proceeds from consciousness, you need to allow yourself to respond to what is happening out there. But since the feelings you have toward the outer reflection are ultimately going to be realized as feelings you have toward yourself for your own lack of understanding, and your own feeling of powerlessness to create everything the way your own heart's desire wanted it, you can save yourself a lot of trouble by allowing yourself to move your response in a private place that feels safe. If you are triggered into moving emotion by someone you do not feel to be a part of your consciousness, if this person seems to embrace things you abhor and are not a part of, then you are not conscious within yourself of the ways in which you harbor these feelings. The key here is to get conscious in yourself first. The guilt reflection here is complex. You must understand that my words here are not reason to go around the emotions you have in response to the reflection around you. It has not worked to go toward the reflection with them because the presence of guilt lets you know this is not right. No matter how right you have felt, you have not been able to prevail this way. When you ignore your feelings, you pressure your will with your thoughts to accept things you do not really feel like accepting. This reflects outwardly as others being able to pressure you. Moving these things within yourself is the only approach that has not been fully tried. There is no precedent to show you that it is going to work, but if you have daring enough, you can move along with me here. You can at least gain the understanding that holding back essence that does not want to be held back does not work, because it is unloving toward the essence that gets denied. If it is not loving, then something unloving is going to result as, in fact, it has in the massive reflection of unlovingness on earth. The massiveness of the reflection will let you know how much unlovingness has been placed against the will on earth. It is not possible to move back into the Garden of Eden, or better, without healing the cause of the downfall. The cause of the downfall was denial. Reduced vibration means increased density. If this increased density is not your right place, it does not feel good. The will has been denied down into such levels of density that while the mother once kept up with my light, she can now barely lift out of body when body dies. The feeling that the will cannot lift into my light anymore makes the will feel very trapped. Every time the mother found herself feeling other than the way she thought my light wanted her to feel, the mother feared and felt guilty, as though she was trying to be God in my place by claiming she knew better than I did. Therefore, the mother has always pressured herself to align with my light, no matter how she has felt about it. The mother has believed she deserved punishment for anything she felt that did not agree with my light, and has even tried to believe punishment would make her agree with my light. The mother has for so long believed she was not right to oppose me that the mother is not sure if she can trust herself here or not. The mother has been viewing my light as not wanting her to have any feelings of her own, but to feel and do as I told her all of the time. The will has believed she was not loving to have any feelings of wanting it any other way, and has had a strong belief that my desire is not the same as the will's desire for herself. The mother is just now ready to realize that many things she thought she was receiving from my light were not my light, but the presence of unlovingness instead. Whenever the will has deviated from this self-denial, it has been punished, and has thought my light sent the punishment because the will deserved it. The will, therefore, has a fear of its own desires, and has a dread of feeling anything other than what it thinks it is supposed to feel. This is the effect the presence of guilt has been having on the will, and it has reduced the will's feeling of being able to accept itself so severely that the will fears wanting anything, fears hoping it will get what it wants, and fears even allowing itself to visualize anything it might like to have better than what it has already. Even interpretation of how it feels has become frightening for the will. The will has become very superstitious and afraid of making moves or changes. The will fears it has the devil to pay if it ever gets what it wants, or does what it wants, and also fears that anything it gets will soon be taken away. The will is just now ready to realize that these feelings have been coming from the reversal in my light. Whenever a will person who is not moving this guilt out rises in life's circumstances, fear also arises that the improvements will not last long, and that every minute that goes by means the moment is coming closer when the great hand of the gap will snap this space shut on it. This fear needs to be allowed to move every time it rears its head. The mother has believed that it was not right to have feelings of liking some things more than others, because this was judgment, and gave the will the desire to accept or make space for some things and not others. The mother has feared that she was being very unloving here, and that to want to reject something was a terrible act of unlovingness. Original cause here was affected by the will with that which did not like it, that consciousness was stirring, and wanted everything to go back to sleep. This was the reading the will took from the guilt that was already present in my light. The mother felt she had to make space for this essence by holding her vibration back in these places as much as possible. The mother tried to make herself indifferent to what happens as a means of doing this, and this served Lucifer. The more the mother held back, the more enlarged the presence of guilt became that was pressuring her to hold back. The more the mother felt pressure to hold back, the more she felt pressured from the other side by my light for having no place to receive me. The mother became afraid that everything she did was wrong, and this has allowed her to be so heavily punished. The will was so afraid of seeming to judge things in my light by wanting to make places for some things, and not for others, that she held back the input I needed to know if these things even were a part of my light or not. I have since learned from the mother that these things are not a part of my light, but what a long, hard lesson it has been. The mother was so afraid of me in these places that we could not move here for a long time. The mother was afraid it was unloving of her to put anything out, or to want to put anything out, because she felt it had been so unloving when she was initially put out. When her rage would surface that wanted to put all of these things out, she was horrified and denied it very heavily as an unloving part of herself. Since the mother had not cleared her old charge here, she could not clearly see that others would not necessarily have her experience here. She thought a loving acceptance meant making a place with herself for everything, whether she loved it or not, and blamed herself for not being more loving. She was blaming herself for hating the things she hated, and pressuring herself to feel otherwise, unable to see that these things would not even notice if she put them out. Although this is true, I would also like to point out that it is also true that the mother was not wrong here, because her denied feelings became the lost will attached to these things, in the form of the voices saying it was unloving to put these things out. This is what the mother was feeling without any way to explain it to herself, since the will here was not moving to let her know how it really felt. A place must be made for everything, but not necessarily with us. Given what she had to go on, the mother was doing her best to be loving, but she was so afraid she was unloving that she aligned with Lucifer and having him help her to get rid of her feelings and her desire so that she could become detached and not have preferences. Lucifer knew, by the reversals he was able to cause against my light by taking the mother into this denial, that hatred for desire was easily made into hatred for my light as causing the desire, and self-hatred in the mother when she found she always had desire, no matter what Lucifer did to her. The mother thought she was supposed to sacrifice her desire to my light, and when she did this, Lucifer saw I was impotent and without direction. The mother did not realize that allowing her desire to be killed was allowing herself to be killed, and she did not realize that allowing herself to be killed was killing me. The mother did not realize this because her loss of consciousness, when she initially fell in space, made her unable to realize what I had experienced there. Lucifer knew because his consciousness is in the gap. I had not let the mother know what I experienced here, because I misread her initially and did not trust her intent. This distrust between us allowed Lucifer to come between us and do his work. Within the mother, it was only her rage that knew she was not wrong to want to put some things out in order to keep them from holding back her desire. Her rage could not prevail because of the denials it was receiving. These denials so twisted the rage that it was being turned back on the mother as self-hatred in the form of others who had killing both her and my light in mind. At the same time, the will was not allowing herself to realize the power she had in my creation. She was unable to recognize that she was in reversal to my light when she did not allow my light to come near her for fear I was going to say everything that was wrong was her fault. Lucifer pointed this out to the mother by telling her she was on an ego trip. He told her that just as she was making herself too important when she thought she had anything to tell my light about how to right the situation in creation, she was also making herself too important when she thought that everything, or even anything that was appearing to be wrong, was in fact wrong, or her fault. "How can you continue to believe this?" he would say, "when you already know that nothing you do really makes any difference?" When the mother took this in, it amplified her fear that she was crazy and could not trust her own feelings and perceptions. The RONALOKAS also have these feelings of the mother, and they have believed that because they have these feelings, they deserve to be pushed out of my creation and punished, instead of being allowed to put anything else out. Every time you have had an emotional response of wanting to reject anything, guilt has said, "Calm down. God has a purpose for everything, whether it is understood or not." Because my light is not present where guilt is, there was nothing to notice, or give understanding to the will that there must, therefore, also be a purpose for the fear and the anger in the will. Opening space. The mother was so afraid that her only power was to oppose me when she didn't like the position my light was taking, that she was unable to also see that she had power in alignment with my light. It was much easier for the mother to see herself as outside of my light than to see herself inside of my light. Seeing herself within my light meant that she was within me and that I was within her. Whenever she experienced this oneness, she had so much fear of being God that she ran from me. When I told the mother she needed to recognize her own power and that her power was my light, she ran from me even more because she was so afraid of what this said about her. When she ran from me, she did not see the gap she was opening between us. When I pointed this out to her, she took it as a judgment against her and became even more afraid of herself and me. I soon felt I couldn't say anything more to her on the subject, although I still felt I had to get this across to her somehow. What the mother was struggling with here, she has struggled with for all of her existence, and it is that she might have called me into being, in which case, without her, I do not exist. In the places where I did not feel loving, she feared me, but she feared also what in herself might have called this into being. When I gave her this to consider by letting her know I was there, she was so extremely startled to realize that another presence was talking to her, and to realize, simultaneously, that she had been calling for this, that we jumped apart and created a gap. When we tried to come back together, we could not embrace one another entirely. There was a pressure between us that did not feel good because of what had entered the gap. We also did not know that the realization of our presence, in other words, the birth of consciousness of ourselves, had caused such a sudden increase in our light that we felt an immediate pressure that made us feel we needed more space. Although there were other things that could have been noticed, our first awareness of one another's presence was a feeling of pressure. When I felt this growing pressure, it felt like the mother was moving against me, just as she felt my light was pressing on her. When I could stand it no longer, I reacted by pushing on her without knowing I was going to, or that I even knew how. It seemed that the increasing light of my increasing self-awareness had simply pushed the mother out and away from me. I did not know what this meant, and neither did she, but I had intent to get rid of the pressure I was feeling. This much we knew. Although there is more to the story, this is all I want to mention for now. What you need to gain an understanding here is that the mother, from the beginning, was opening space in reversal to my light by going away from me because I frightened her into thinking I was something superior to her. In the name of the self-denial the mother thought she had to embrace to be loving and to survive, she has allowed this and has continued opening space in a state of denial of what she has really been doing here. What she thought was a loving act of humility and servitude toward what she perceived as a superior being who frightened her has been killing me, which is what her gapped rage wanted to do, even though this was not her loving intent. By backing away from me in fear of her own power, the mother has been holding space open for the gap and everything that has gone into it. Neither the mother nor the RONALOKAS have understood the power of opening space or the role expression of emotions plays in it. They have been opening space in a state of denial of themselves, fearing that to do otherwise would be a sin of pride, ego, and selfishness. Thus, they have not called the God they would like to have into existence. For so long, the will has tried to express only the emotions that pleased others, that for just that long, the space that has been opened has been space that pleases others. Any other emotions in the will have received denial, and so the space opened has been for guilt and denied spirits. The mother feels that there is no longer any space open to her that feels good to her, or any life she can have that really feels good to her. To the extent to which the RONALOKAS share this with the mother, none of them have really been able to be happy. The mother, and all the will which follows her, has felt guilty about having feelings of not liking what is happening on earth, and of not being able to find any place where they are really happy, while the space they have been opening has been used, for the most part, by others who give them little or no recognition or appreciation for what the will has done for them. One small but good example of this is how money made from the music of the RONALOKAS is so often taken in by the warriors, with very little ever given back to the ones who made the music. Another good example is that of how many warrior plantation owners made fortunes at the expense of their slaves, while making the RONALOKAS feel they should be happy just to be not too ill treated. There are many more examples I could mention, but these will allow you to move in the direction of finding them. What needs to happen now is that the will that can move needs to move guilt out and allow my light in as never before. Allow yourselves to notice your power and use it to give yourselves love you have never had before, and in places you have never given it to yourselves before. Allow the fear to move that says it is not right to think you have the power to call God into manifestation, especially since it has looked like He didn't want to come. I didn't want to come because I didn't like what I felt when I got there, because of what you are already holding. From the overview, it looks very simple. Just vibrate everything so that there is no more space for guilt, and it will then float out to the edge of my light where it belongs. Here, it will be a good buffer zone by not allowing light and dark to mix together. This is guilt's right place, and it does not mind being there because it has no consciousness to know what its experience is. This is right understanding, but it is in no way meant to encourage any insensitivity toward the pain of the will that is involved in doing this. Rather, this statement is meant to be a guide to help the will understand what needs to happen. The will manifests the gap. The will has been so denied, and light has been so withheld from the will essence in creation, that when the RONALOKAS incarnated into physical presence on earth, it made their journey so perilous they almost did not survive it, and it made their pain so great that they have preferred to allow themselves to be severed from their origins and to forget their past, rather than to remember in any that might cause them to have to relive it. The RONALOKAS have been reliving their original cause anyway, without realizing what has been happening to them, because it is impossible to go past emotions without meeting what they manifest in outer reality. This experience of the RONALOKA's journey to Earth has resulted in physical incarnation being a real sadness rather than a joy for all spirits to experience, because it is really the will that incarnates. Because of the gap, the will has had to draw spirit in later. The spirits in the heavens have not liked feeling themselves being drawn into physical incarnation on Earth. Most spirits try to stay out of Earth as long as they can between lives, while will-polarized people have found themselves barely able to lift out of their bodies between lives because of the burden of guilt and denial where their light should be. Although what I have been giving here is the experience of the RONALOKA's first journey to Earth, all of you have feelings to move here because all of you had trouble coming to Earth. Even the angels had intense feelings of compression of their light, which caused them to let go of even more will than they had lost already. Whether or not you all experienced as much pain as the RONALOKAS, you all have lost will that has, and you will all have to feel it when the right time comes for healing it. The journey of the RONALOKAS into physical incarnation is not different from the journey of the entire will polarity, and all of you have trouble entering physical incarnation without losing much of the consciousness your spirits have between lives. Ever since the fall of the will has not been able to lift into my light because the will is dependent upon being able to draw in my light for this. The essence that can ascend has been breaking off from the rest at death, as you know, and leaving it. The essence left behind cannot lift body by itself. The will has great guilt about lifting out and abandoning body at all in this way, but body has been telling the will to leave so that body will not have to feel what is happening anymore. Will feels blamed for and from body for the pain. Body has blamed spirit for abandoning him, but has also blamed will as the reason spirit leaves. I have blamed them both for everything I haven't liked about physical incarnation, and the rest of the spirits have followed my example, or at least used my excuses. It has been thought all along that heart has been able to remain neutral, but this has only been because we have not allowed ourselves to open to the feelings we have had toward heart in this area, until now. When spirit goes to heaven and body goes into the ground, will has had no place to go. For the most part, will is afraid to go down further than it is already, and has lost the ability to go up. This has left the will feeling abandoned, with no place to go that feels like right place. This is a kind of hell for the will. When the spirit breaks off at death, the will is left to get out of the body on its own. Various levels of denial get out of the body at varying speeds, and so the will is not all together when it leaves the body either. Spirit has been blamed for leaving, but also for staying and not allowing will and body to die. The issues of blame are very intense, and blaming rage must be allowed to move so that the acting out can stop. Most people want to say they do not believe in ghosts, no matter what name they are called by, but there are indeed ghosts and monsters too, in the forms of lost will that wander Earth, feeling lost and abandoned, haunting places that have been familiar, and feeling whatever emotions are able to move. The lost will that feels blamed is usually split off from the lost will that blames, just as anger and fear are usually split in individuals. While some of this lost will is pitiful and harmless, the blaming side is often thoroughly dangerous, unapproachable, and cannot be reasoned with. Do not think you can approach ghosts with a new understanding now. Whatever feelings you have are the feelings you must allow to move to be most able to help lost will. Once the will struggles out of the body, it is able to gain a little perspective on physical incarnation by being released from body for a little while, but not much. The more lost it is, the less perspective it is able to gain. Body, meanwhile, does not gain anything during the time of separation from both spirit and will. The will wanders Earth looking for some place that will accept it. Some very lost pieces have tried to force their way into living bodies to avoid the terror being held about having to be born. If the lost will essence finds no place, it loses vibratory power and sinks further and further into the earth. Many pieces of will that are this lost feel desperate when they feel this happening to them. Will people, in general, have very little time between incarnations. When will feels magnetically drawn to any place that has acceptance for it, the will enters into another incarnation. The will feels guilty about this, because the magnetic attachment means that will is going to call a body essence back into consciousness when body usually indicates desire to be left in peace after going through all the pain of dying, and because the will is going to try to call what has been reluctant spirit essence back into physical incarnation. This presence of misunderstanding, judgment, guilt, denial, and resultant lack of alignment has been widening the gap between spirit heart and will body. So much lost will has been created that a body is living in a heavy state of denial, barely one step ahead of deformity and disease, while spirit is only able to enter where there are any openings left to receive it.
Given the presence of guilt in the will, there is almost no spirit presence left on earth. When the will incarnates, it has to try to draw spirit back into it against spirit's reluctance to leave the higher planes to which it has been gaining access between lives. Spirit has had great resistance to opening to the will because it has meant coming back to earth and experiencing what the will has been holding. Guilt about this has been closing will off to letting spirit know how it feels for fear spirit won't come at all. Some spirits have been using this guilt in the will to dictate their terms of entry. It is the will that really causes the manifestation of the spirit, and the reluctance of the spirit has meant that spirit has been entering gradually, as the will pulls spirit in against the guilt will has for doing so. This has meant that consciousness unfolds slowly in the incarnating being, is never able to manifest fully because of the gap, and does not last long. Spirit has blamed its handicaps here on will and body, and when spirit is drawn into manifestation in this manner, it does not take long for will and body to receive this message. You can watch this reflection in the ways adults shut down the spontaneous and free expression that children do have in the early stages of their life. When this happens, the will cannot vibrate enough to hold the spirit it has been able to draw in, and this allows the spirit to go, as can be seen in the way people fade as they grow older. The more lost the will is, the less light it is able to draw into itself to begin with, and the less understanding it has. But even in the most brilliant of incarnations on earth, spirit light has not lasted long because of all the problems involved in gaining alignment between spirit and will. Many times, the most brilliant lights in Earth's history have had early deaths because their spirits entered by pushing will's resistance, in the form of the guilt being held, out of the way without feeling what the will had to move to keep this guilt out of the way. The result has been that lost will was denied and has then returned later, manifesting the gap. This can take form internally as physical problems if held within, or outwardly as another person if pushed out. This lost will causes the reversal that pushes the spirit out. Spirit has often rationalized this by saying it wanted to go anyway, but this has not made will body any happier, and it certainly has not increased the power of spirit on earth. In fact, these experiences have made will body increasingly afraid of manifesting spirit for fear of what will happen. The gap has gotten everyone, including Jesus, who has tried to move toward my light without moving what the gap holds. Besides the denials being made while people are alive, the experience of death has been increasing the problems of fragmentation on earth because lost will has been getting out of body in pieces and often feels it must incarnate again without having time or even knowing it needs to gather itself together and gain an alignment. The will often has not wanted to feel the things within itself that have become so lost from the light. Spirit has also been fragmenting this way by losing so much of the will presence that is necessary to hold it together. But spirit has been calling this returning to essence and letting go of identity. The focus on getting off earth has been immense along both spirit and will people because they have been seeing the problem as earth rather than the way they have been experiencing earth. Since the fall of the will, death has been seen as the doorway to heaven, but this is not a favorite passageway, or there would have been mass suicide long ago. No matter how much spiritual leaders have exhorted the masses to embrace death as the release from their trials and tribulations, the mass of humanity clings to life, even in the face of great misery. The will has been blamed for this, and the will has been greatly pressured by spirit to let it go here. Will, for the most part, hates letting spirit go unless it can come along. To will and body, separation from spirit means death, Will has usually only let spirit go when it could no longer stand the pain of spirit's resistance to staying. The great grief of the will over the death of a child is because to the will, this means spirit has abandoned it before it has had a chance. Guilt has held the will back from grieving as much as it would like to grieve, and from moving the other feelings involved. But the will has not been wrong in continuing to feel that it hates the experience of death, or rather, I should say, of dying. The gap which has been causing this is the gap between spirit heart and will body, and the location of this gap is what has been labeled the lower astral planes. This gap will not be healed until there is a visible stairway to the heavens that can be ascended by all who want to go there. The stream of light that must flow from spirit to will and back again is this stairway, and this stream of light must also let the will-body polarity know that heaven is also going to be wherever it is. The RONALOKAS' journey to Earth was a journey through these lower astral planes. By denying everything we didn't like and shoving it down into the will and then out of ourselves, leaving as little spirit light there as possible, the lower astral planes have been made a wasteland, strewn with the garbage of creation. The garbage that has been thrown into the lower chakras is no different in essence than what has been thrown into the lower astral planes. The chakras are the individual's experiences here, and the lower astral planes are the creation of the mass consciousness of all the spirits. It is the micro and the macro. How far you want to extend your consciousness into both of them determines the delineation of the words being used here. The garbage that is here has been made garbage by the way consciousness has handled it. The garbage that has been thrown into these planes is not nice and cannot be avoided any longer. Responsibility for it must be taken by the ones who have thrown it there. This garbage is nothing more than what everyone has judged to be the darker sides of themselves, and is no different really than the pollution crisis on Earth right now. The same sort of thinking is involved, and it is no accident that up until now, it has been the will polarity people who have been given the jobs of collecting garbage, cleaning streets, and washing down the bathrooms of the richer, more spiritually polarized people. In many ways, the RONALOKAS' original journey to Earth was like a journey through the sewer system of creation, and it is not going to be possible to heal the environmental crisis on Earth unless you first clean up the toxic waste dump in the lower astral planes. The lower astral planes have become so loaded with what has been held for so long that they are now precipitating onto Earth, and they stand a good chance of taking Earth over in what looks like an explosion of fermented and very toxic diarrhea. Just as the lower astral planes are full of toxic and suffocating fumes, desperate feelings of nothing to sustain life, terrible noises that leave no one any peace, searing lights that give no peace to the darkness and yet provide no pleasantness by which to really see, extremes of dry and wet, heat and cold, and threats from unseen monsters that seem to want to rip you apart and torture you with every manner of pain that will finally result in your death only if you are lucky. So it is with what is happening on Earth right now. And just because you may have found a pocket of peace you can salvage for yourself right now does not mean it is going to last much longer. The destruction of the atmosphere, the water, the soil, and the forests is giving those with the will to feel the desperate feelings of nothing left to sustain life. The fumes from chemicals and motors, the noises of modern industry and transportation, the street lights that feel more like spotlights on crime, waiting for the unseen monsters of the darkness to dare an appearance within their scope, the heat waves and extreme winters, the droughts and downpours, and the unseen monsters of disease feeding off of the toxins and the dark, broken places and people who are unable to protect themselves from the destruction these things are causing in their bodies. are all existing in the levels of reality the RONALOKAS experienced on their first journey to Earth. The difference between then and now is the magnitude of the problem. It is even worse now, but you are in the numb stage on the way to death. Those who wanted to ignore it then and say that life always presents challenges still want to ignore it now and will ignore it until it kills them, because they are the father warriors and the so-called spirit polarity that never had life in mind even from the very beginning. Numbness is what they want. Anything they reflect that looks, sounds, or feels like life has been given to them by others and is lost will and or lost light. Whatever does not move now must be allowed to go, because all of this essence has had from the very beginning to notice my light and the will of the mother. In all of the time that I have existed, it has never responded to me. Those that still think we must give this essence more time are going to be allowed to go with it and find out that I am right here. Do not think that the present crisis on Earth is finally so terrible that everyone will see and make a strong turnaround. The final hour is their moment of glory, what they have been working for ever since they first felt my light pressing life toward them. They have resisted me, and they have resisted the mother forever, and I have finally seen it is not their intent to respond to my light. Any movement you see there that looks like response needs to be considered lost essence seeking to return to those who left it with the father warriors or the fallen angels. The lost will that needs to move here is the spirit's denied rage toward the mother for seeming to make it feel like life was pressure and struggle. The gap between my vision and what is happening on Earth has now become so immense that healing must come, or there will be no way my light will even be able to reach you anymore. As unmoving, overwhelming, and intimidating as the outward reflection is appearing to be, it is a direct reflection of how intimidating, overwhelming, and, thus, denied and unmoving the problem of this lost will has been within. Whether you were able to hear and feel your lost will yet or not, its situation is unbearable, and it must be allowed to move. There is an immense amount of emotion that needs to move now, and all of the pressure against this movement being exerted by society at large is the reflection of the lack of acceptance there has been for these emotions, and the intensity with which they have to move. You will get a lot of movement by allowing yourself to notice the feelings you have in response to those who don't think this movement is right. Unexpressed emotions take form as situations that would normally trigger the withheld emotions to move, but the lack of understanding and acceptance for the emotional body has made what could be a natural healing process almost impossible. The denials involved have been intensifying, and the outer reflection of oppression and compression has also been intensifying, not only for the RONALOKAS, but for all people. Noticing it is a matter of having enough will presence to be able to notice it. Because of the gaps and the fragmentation involved, I have taken the time to give you as much understanding in advance of the experience as I can. But no understanding, no matter how it is given, is going to equal the understanding you will get by moving your lost will. The RONALOKAS had already gapped before they left me. When I could see that the RONALOKAS were going to leave me, I asked them to return to their original emergence pattern. I had several reasons in mind for this. Not only did I want to see just how they had emerged and try to settle in my mind once and for all whether they were the mother or not, but I also had the feeling that this was their position of greatest power, since it had proven to be so for all of the other spirits. I thought they were going to need all of the power they could get to make the journey to Earth, and so I did not think I was wrong in asking them to restore themselves to their original positions. The RONALOKAS, however, had a different opinion. They argued with me as much as they could allow themselves to, by saying they had going in mind now, and nothing I could do was going to hold them back. They acted like it was a big imposition on their time in preparation for departure that I was requiring them to stop what they were doing already and assemble themselves for some sort of unpleasant inspection. It was not altogether clear to me just what they were already so busy doing, but I had the feeling they already were trying to return to their emergence pattern. They were having problems doing this, however, and it seemed to me it was because they now had many more spirits in their group than they had when they had emerged. The RONALOKAS were very uncomfortable about this and did not want me to see it. They were trying everything they could to talk me out of having them return to their emergence pattern. I, on the other hand, was trying to show them that I had love for them, and I was determined not to let anything that might take place here bother me. I was trying to be a pleasant god and let them know they had nothing to fear. The RONALOKAS, of course, already had the twist of witnessing the gap, and so my behavior did not allow them to believe me. The nicer I tried to be, the more sullen and overcast they became in their anger, and the more obsequious in their fear. The problem here was lost will fragments, of course, but this was not understood at the time. Then, there was great confusion in the RONALOKAS that was not being allowed to surface over what to do about having so many spirits in their ranks who all had insistence that they belonged with the RONALOKAS, that they had not emerged since then, and that they did not belong to any other order. The RONALOKAS might have thought this increase meant they are getting popular in some unexpected way, except that they were so afraid I might be getting ready to accuse them of having sex without my permission, and of emerging spirits without my permission. Girls who have had to be inspected for virginity before marriage hold some of what the lost will felt here. None of the RONALOKAS wanted to claim any knowledge about the origins of these extra spirits. It could not even be determined by the communication going on who might be the extra spirits, because all involved claimed to be the original RONALOKAS, and all, undercurrently at least, were trying to disown the other contenders to what they claimed as their own particular point of emergence. And each point of emergence had several, and often many, spirits who were all claiming the spot as their own. It was hard for the RONALOKAS to understand themselves or to articulate anything clearly enough to make solutions possible. Their emotional response to everything was intense, much more intense than any of the other spirits. Since the RONALOKAS already felt guilty about this, they hardly dared to let their emotions move. The atmosphere around them was fuming with the exhaust of internalized emotions, and it seemed as though no matter what was said, it either was not what they really meant, or claims were made that statements were being wrongly taken or wrongly interpreted. Without moving the emotions involved, the RONALOKAS could not clear their minds and settle the issue to their own satisfaction. They already had so much fear, shame, and guilt about the emotionality they had that pandemonium broke out within them. They tried not to let this show, but their behavior became very erratic, as though they did not have minds with which to function. I allowed this for a little while, but the more I observed what was happening, the more I felt I had to step in. Although the RONALOKAS weren't making much noise outwardly, I had to raise my voice and try several times to get them to hear me above the ruckus that was going on within them, along with the outer confusion of activity that they were passing off as their attempt to return to their emergence pattern. I wanted to suggest that together, we merely needed to make a more complexly three-dimensional pattern than they were now trying to make. I suggested they might not be remembering correctly how they had emerged, and I was careful not to allude to the presence of too many spirits. The RONALOKAS were quick to agree with me in principle, but when we tried to apply it, most of the RONALOKAS did not like the particular groups that wanted to assemble around the various emergence points in the pattern. Although nothing was being said here, they were quick to let me know that my suggestion had already been thought of, and that this latest effort of theirs was just to let me know how inapplicable the idea really was, without wanting to seem like they had rejected me, without giving my idea a chance. The RONALOKAS were afraid to argue with me anymore. They did not know what my intent was, and they were afraid to trust their own perceptions. Perhaps they were being tricked in some way. Perhaps I was going to select the rightful owner of each spot after all, and it might not be them. What would I do with the other spirits? The RONALOKAS were also triggered into the fear that they might not be able to remember accurately. The RONALOKAS also did not want me to see that they never, as far as they could remember, had ordered themselves as thoroughly as the other spirits. They had a reactionary kind of pride in this, but they were also afraid of displeasing me. Instead of arguing with me, the RONALOKAS began arguing among themselves. Fear, and all the reasons why the will polarity feared it was wrong, took one side of the argument, and anger, and all of the reasons why the will polarity believed the problems were everybody else's fault, took the other side of the argument. This argument allowed the deep split in the RONALOKAS to become clearly visible to me, and this is a split that has not healed in them yet. Fear and anger must come together within the individual before it is going to be able to come together outwardly among the people who have polarized themselves toward one side or the other. The polarization of fear and anger within the RONALOKAS became so pronounced that the two sides announced to me that they could not be near one another in the emergence pattern without having fights break out. The fear fragments were busying themselves trying to please me when their anger fragments spoke up. The fear fragments were afraid the anger ones were going to get everyone in trouble. The anger fragments felt this as blame, while, meanwhile, feeling it was the fear fragments who brought trouble by acting like they were victims already. The anger fragments hated the way the fear fragments behaved, and the fear fragments didn't much like the behavior of the anger fragments either. At first, I didn't know how I was going to solve this, but then I noticed a reaction of grief among the RONALOKAS to what was going on between the fear and the anger fragments. I finally solved the immediate situation by sandwiching the grief fragments in between the fear and the anger. The grief that was felt here had a hopelessness in it that the RONALOKAS couldn't even come together as a group and have the strength of being united in the face of everyone else's rejection, along with the fear that the RONALOKAS could not make anything work right in their lives. But at least the grief was not putting blame on one side or the other. These deep splits have not yet been resolved in the outer lives of the RONALOKAS, and cannot be until it is resolved within the will for those who need to heal now. As a result of the denial of the will in creation, the RONALOKAS have not been able to have fear and anger fragments come together in the same family without fighting, crisis, and splitting apart. It is not even possible for these poles to meet successfully in groups of friends. When they pass each other on the street, neither side thinks the other has respect for it. If they fight, they are always in different gangs or groups. Rage starts the fight, and the fear fragments feel they have to defend themselves. Once I began grouping the fear fragments together, and the anger fragments together with grief in the middle, I had more success than I had had initially, but it was not long before I had another problem. The RONALOKAS with the most light did not like being near the RONALOKAS who had less light, and there were many more with less light, since the RONALOKAS had darkened substantially since their emergence. The gold light in them was browning out in many places, and there was even a blackness I could not explain at the time. I had an aversion to looking too closely because the feeling was not good in these places. The darker ones did not seem to like themselves very well, but they did not let on to this. Many of them acted like they were angry and did not want to be near the lighter ones. They accused them of trying to have more light in order to please me, and they even accused them of stealing their light from spirits who were not like them, as an attempt to become something else themselves. the dark ones said they were better and even acted arrogant. On the fear side, it was the same thing, except that the darker ones were holding terror that even the fear fragments didn't want to be near them. I tried grouping the darker ones toward the center, but they complained they were being too compressed by the ones on the outside. I tried grouping the lighter ones toward the inside, but they had the same complaint. I finally came up with a rather intricately woven pattern that allowed most of the ones with light to be near others with light, while still interspersing the darker ones amongst them. While they were not altogether happy with my arrangement, the RONALOKAS finally settled it amongst themselves through a series of looks, telepathic messages, and somewhat hidden jabs which served the purpose of conveying the message to everyone that they had better settle down and accept the situation as the best that could be done for now, especially since any more trouble from them might cause me to look or question more closely. Since the RONALOKAS were not sure what might trigger my gap, they were not eager to make the mistake of finding out by experiencing it. They had held back so much emotion throughout all of this that it felt like they were ready to explode inside. Their pressure was greater than any group of people who feel forced to endure a long and mostly meaningless ceremony of some sort, while suffering with the nervousness of not knowing what is going to happen at the end of it. No matter what interpretation individual RONALOKAS put on it, they all felt desperate to get away from the pressure of my light to some place where they imagined they would not have to hold back their emotions anymore. The fact that I had made them make places for all of the spirits who looked to me like they belonged there in any kind of way made them, at first, feel a little relieved that I was not going to eliminate anyone, but rather quickly, they also suspected me for grouping together all of the spirits no one else liked and sending them all away together as a means of getting rid of all of the spirits who were not liked in creation, without being honest about my intent. The RONALOKAS already felt they were having to grow up too fast and, basically, parent themselves because they had not received what the other spirits had received from us. Now they also felt burdened by having to take on and care for so many extra spirits in their group. Many of them felt the group was barely able to hold itself together. The RONALOKAS whose feelings allowed it did their best to make space for the additional spirits and to help one another, although there was some feeling of being forced to become child mothers without having had the experience that would have resulted in becoming parents. There was a prevalent feeling among the RONALOKAS, no matter what emotions were used to cover it, that not only was there no place for them in creation, now there was not even a real place for them amongst their own kind. Children wandering lost or abandoned are a reflection of these feelings, as well as children whose parents are only minimally able, but not adequately able, to care for them. As soon as the RONALOKAS were grouped together, the pressure from my light against so much will essence that had little openness to receive me, combined with the internal pressure of held emotion, began moving the RONALOKAS away from me, as though there was a current in the ethers that picked them up and wouldn't let go of them. Their movement accelerated rather quickly, and soon it was as though they were being swept away from me. I almost turned to go back to the Godhead then, but something gave me the feeling I should not. I had a strong urge to seek my own private place also, in which to feel all of the emotions I had been holding back. But I pressured myself to stay present and look after the RONALOKAS until it seemed they reached Earth. I watched them as long as I could, and then turned toward the Godhead and my own right place. And so it was that the RONALOKAS left me in the heavens and went out into the darkness of space. The feeling as a group was not unlike that of the one who looks in through the windows upon the warmth and the beauty of the light in the home of a rich person at Christmas time, while she has been destined, for reasons she does not understand, to go out into the freezing cold of the dark winter night without any sufficient clothing to keep herself warm, and nothing but a few little matches she is afraid to light, because the moment of relief they might give her means there will be nothing at all left to give her any hope of being able to sustain herself. Although spirit-polarized people like to lift out of the emotion here by saying she suffered for only a little while and then was lifted to heaven, this is not true, and has never been true for the will polarity that has had to suffer this way. The grief that many feel over the death of a seemingly innocent and harmless child is the grief the RONALOKAS have for themselves and have not found acceptable within themselves to feel yet. The unmitigated depth of this grief is so overwhelming that many even fear it or feel anger toward it because they want it to stop lest they be moved to feel what they fear will kill them. The RONALOKAS felt this fear of death from the beginning, and again, as soon as they noticed the angels not accepting them as their wills. When they emerged, many RONALOKAS sought the advice of older spirits whom the RONALOKAS thought might have sympathy for their position. These older spirits told the RONALOKAS that after a long time of hardship and struggle, of being tested in the fire, so to speak, they would be lifted into my light and would suffer no more. The problem here was these older spirits knew so little about the will and its position in creation that even though they saw what was going to happen, they did not convey the right interpretation of it to the RONALOKAS. Allow yourself to notice also that Lucifer has his own interpretation of what this means. For one thing, these spirits did not let the RONALOKAS know what moves they must make to bring this into the present for them, and so this fortune-telling, even when it sought to comfort their fear, too often made the RONALOKAS feel moves on their part were not necessary. All they had to do was be good, which was interpreted to mean hold back in the ways they were already trying to do, endure, and wait for my light to rescue them. In this way, the RONALOKAS were further misled into abdicating their power, and that has served Lucifer and not my light. The RONALOKAS must allow themselves to move now, or my promise will continue to remain a future promise until Lucifer takes them in and they find out, as their final shattering, that he is not love. It is not a loving God who would leave his spirits to suffer so, if he could do otherwise, and it was not my intent to have you take this path, but no other way could be found, given the understandings we had then. In the movement of your emotions, you must allow yourselves to notice that much of what you have formerly embraced as God is not. You must let it go now, and allow my light to come in and give you the love and upliftment you need. The more you move, the more your brothers and sisters all over earth will feel helped by the increase of light in the will. There is nothing more helpful you can do, in fact, than move whatever gets triggered in you. The most possible that can be done for many people is to rescue their essence by making a place of acceptance to take it back where it belongs within yourselves, as it leaves them. You have to know that all of you who are moving now with this material are key parts that have to move now, or you would not be allowing yourselves to notice this material. If you have ego balancing to do around this, allow yourselves to move the emotions that are involved in this also. Movement now is crucial, and the timing is also immensely important. The mother must be rescued from the space she has opened for denial of my light. Those who deny me must all be shoved in there as soon as the mother is out of there, but before the space she has opened snaps shut. Not a moment too soon, and not a moment too late. I am poised to do this, but you must all do your parts, or else I will not be able to manifest this, or you will get caught in it without meaning to. And again, heed my warnings here. Do not think this is just self-aggrandizement, or that there is no problem in getting through the gap without Lucifer noticing this. There is already more problem than you realize. Lucifer has already noticed what is happening with the mother, and he is going to notice all of you too. Protect yourselves by not allowing the public eye to fall upon or pry into what you are doing here. This ark must be built in secret. By the way, it is not a fantasy that Hitler was searching for the Ark of the Covenant. Allow yourselves to notice that the mother has not been seen or heard from since my gap smacked her out of creation. This does not necessarily mean it's wrong, or that she is dead. Use your wits to know the rest of my meaning here, and notice those around you that fight the movement needed now in any kind of subtle way. See what their intent here is, and be careful of, in fact move away from, the ones who have no intent to move along with you now. Let them go, and let them release their wills and give them back to you. Besides being lost light, they also have lost will essence that it needs to be restored to its right place now. Meanwhile, I was aware of the child out in the darkness having been given all of the denial of the will, but I felt there was nothing I could do other than to put out a little plate of food and see if it was eaten when I was not around, since the child was too afraid to come near me. I did not know what I had done to frighten her so much that all the gentleness I could muster now was not enough to win her trust. I did not allow myself to notice I was angry with her for this. I thought I had to win her love by being more gentle than I had been already. I did not know this only meant more denials that gave her more problems. My heart was in the right place. I did not like it that I had spirits suffering out in the darkness. It was a regrettable situation, but I did not know that what more I could do about it, or, as some people may say now, what it had to do with me. I believed I had given and was giving as much as I could. So many of the spirits seemed unwilling or unable to receive it, or else what I had given them had gotten away from them somehow, or had turned as shabby in their grasp as they were. I did not like the feeling that my light was being unappreciated, lost, and mistreated in these ways. I had an almost deliberate intent now not to extend myself any more in these ways. In places, I had hardened my heart by not allowing myself to feel the situation any more than I had to. I wanted to hide out at home where I would not have to look at the spirits who claimed to be so unhappy in my creation. And I must say that all of the spirits seemed to have hardened their hearts toward me, from the reverse position of not wanting to have to look at my light because of how uncomfortable it made them feel. Fine, part of me thought. If that's the way they want it, that's the way they're going to have it. Part of me continued to project my image of perfection as necessary. In part of me, I held anger, and in the rest of me, I grieved and feared and searched for the answers I am giving to you now. You have gaps to heal with one another. I have since moved even the feelings that seemed cold then, and have seen how much I really loved the will, and how much I was using anger to cover up my own feelings of being hurt by the mother. The mother was so frightened of my seeming lack of love for her that she did not try very hard to question me here. The truth of the matter was that the mother could not gain audience with me regarding these matters because I did not have intent to allow it. I was too afraid of what she might have to say to me, but I did not know it then. I had asked her to make up her mind between the Father of Manifestation and me, because I did not see how we could go in on a love triangle so full of tension that love seemed to be turning to hate. I viewed it as a bleed-off of my creative energy to be so constantly entangled in emotional turmoil. I wanted it solved, and yet I didn't want it solved, because I was afraid the mother might not make the decision I wanted her to make. The longer she put off coming to me with her decision, the more it appeared to me that she was avoiding coming to me and choosing to be with the Father of Manifestation, or even worse, Lucifer. I felt that not coming to me was her decision, and that I had no choice but to protect myself accordingly. Never mind that I didn't notice I lacked the courage, myself, to check out my perceptions here. I remained stuck in the feeling that I could not trust the mother to tell me the truth anyway. Meanwhile, no matter what emotions the mother seemed to be going through, she could not really move toward alignment with either one of us because of the guilt she then felt about the feelings she had involved with the other one. It was a no-win situation for the mother as well as for the RONALOKAS, who not only lost consciousness when they moved away from my light, but lost presence with the Father of Manifestation as well. It was also a no-win situation for everyone else. In my vision, I had seen the spirits swimming in the ethers. All of their bodies were open in ways that could be likened to the presence gills, or of so many flower petals, fanning the ethers in and out from head to toe. Sustained by the ether, the spirits swam to and fro, going toward and embracing what appealed to them, and swimming away from what repelled them. The flow of the ethers in and out nourished the spirits, who took in the essence around them, felt it for what it was, and put it back out if they didn't like it. I did not see how the spirits would not do this if they were given free will. I liked free will, and this was what I had in mind for the spirits. It seemed to me the easiest and most natural of ways, and I did not like any of the pictures where this had not worked out well for all of the spirits involved. I had not embraced these images, and I did not think I was creating from them. When it did not always happen that the spirits moved toward what pleased them, and away from what did not please them, I noticed that they were moving according to what they thought would please others, especially me. I was puzzled, but I did not see the role of guilt. I did my best to encourage the spirits to please themselves, but they seemed unable to understand me here, and claimed they were already doing that. Often, I then saw them trying to do what they thought I thought was best for them, even more than they had done before. In my puzzlement here, I came up with all manner of reasons for this, mostly blaming everyone and everything but myself. I thought Hart and I were exonerated because we had gone over my plan so carefully and had found no flaws in it. I thought the rest of creation had more to learn than I first thought, and most of the blame fell upon the mother for allowing what was supposed to have been free will to become such a game of entanglement. I punished the mother many times in my imagination for making such a mess of my creation, as though she had done it on purpose, as some sort of act of anger against me. I assumed she was mostly motivated by possessiveness and jealousy, and everything else I labeled negative. As part of the punishment, I allowed myself to rob her, without allowing myself to know that I was actually doing this, of her power to reach me with any of this. Besides acting aloof and like I didn't care what she did or what happened to her, I robbed her of most of her power by deciding that everything I liked about the will was my will, and the rest of it was hers. Thus, everything I didn't like became lost will. Therefore, the feelings you have in the will polarity of not having been loved by my light, of not having been helped by my light, of having to stand by and watch all of the other spirits being helped by my light, while you were made to feel that it was your own fault you did not receive help. The feeling I did not have time for you. The terror of feeling you had manifested in the presence of a God who did not love you, but who had power over your lives, along with all the feelings of having this happen because you deserved it in some way you could determine. And finally, the feelings of rage and hatred toward me are all real and valid feelings that are going to have to move because these things happened to you. As a result, you have had experiences that no other spirits have had. As you discover what these things are, you will also have to gain movement in the feelings of shame that make you want to hide these feelings and these experiences from others, for fear of what these things say about you and of what other spirits will think of you. You have sexual guilt that is more immense than any of the other spirits because of the way you were born, and this needs to move also by finding out how much sexual essence you have in a state of denial. You're going to have to do this by allowing yourselves to move any emotion you feel has presence during your lovemaking, whether you feel it is a big one at first or not. In my vision, the free flow of feelings was supposed to move all of these things so that the healing I am having to bring to you now would never even have become necessary. But the role of guilt was immensely missing and has to be allowed to move out now by gaining the trust of someone you love to finally be able to move whatever emotion you need to move. This is not going to be easy, given the gaps and fragmentation involved. So, if you have to change partners, allow it rather than continually pressuring the ones already near you to move with this, if they are not already really moved from within themselves to do so. What may have, at first, seemed to be love to you may turn out to be a guilt reflection, which you will become able to realize as you move along. Sometimes, partners have subconscious agreements to hold one another back in order to avoid certain emotions. This is guilt allowing you to reduce your vibration in favor of another, and as you grow past these limitations in yourself, you will grow past them in another. It is not always just movement in yourself that has the final effect on outer reality. All you have to do is move all you can with yourself, and if this is not enough to move the ones around you, move yourself away from them. The movement you need within must be allowed first, however, or your attempts to move out of situations will find you repeating them again in another form or with another person. It is almost impossible to know in advance what a movement is going to be necessary once you get moving with this material. But if you are doing your best and you have no one else around you to help you, allow yourself to seek different people. This might even include writing to the publisher and expressing your desire to get connected up in some way with other people who are working seriously with this material. You might be amazed of some of the ways you will be able to open up to another here. Those of you listening to this on YouTube might consider using the comment section to find like minds or kindred spirits and bond with this material, sharing your insights and experiences. If you choose to go this route, however, please exercise caution and discernment and test the spirits of others to know and prove that they are who they say they are. Healing the lost will needs much more help than healing the denied, but still present, will addressed and right use of will. It is not right to run to someone with every little thing that wants to move. This can quickly become another pattern of avoidance and dependency, but the real issues of helping one another heal this can be greatly facilitated by group energy. And a group is what you are going to have to allow yourselves to have now, no matter how many fears you have to go through that you cannot come together without the effort having the effect of putting you even more apart than if you hadn't even tried. No matter how great your fear of being rejected, or of having to reject someone else, the movement necessary in the emotional body around the issue of a group being able to come together and move with the love and free will I initially envisioned has to be allowed through the effort of trying to come together. No matter how many people move back and do not stay, you must still go on being true to your own feelings, or you will never find the love you are seeking. If you do not move what needs to move, you will continue to be born in the dark and suffocating, compressing terror of the RONALOKAS' first journey to Earth, struggling all of your life not to allow yourself to notice how you really feel, surrounded by people who do not love you, but who reflect only the guilt that does not let you move to breathe and expand toward your real self. Body will let you know how you need to move. The RONALOKAS, especially, need to expand within themselves now by finding the lost essence that needs to expand and fill the places that have become hard and dense within their bodies. The RONALOKAS started out as light beings, born in the heavens of the Mother and the Father of Manifestation. By the time they got to Earth, they had been born again as a bunch of little half-dead babies who could not even cry at first. They had been compressed from light bodies into little dense physical creatures who had experienced compression so great that their gill-like openness had retreated up toward their heads and back inside a bony structure that their body's resistance to being snuffed out had pressured into existence there. They had a dense and bony structure all over within them that was a result of their resistance to being squashed by the pressure that was coming in on them. Their struggle to hold up against it had given them backbone and legs, even though their legs had gone out from under them and lost the power to support them. The heart openness they had given up almost entirely and had shrunk back inside the petal-like gills, or lungs, seeking also the protection of the bony structure. The heart flow was only moving now in certain set channels that were also protected from direct openness. The lower parts of the body weren't able to fan the ethers anymore, and they couldn't receive help from the lungs unless heart could bring it down to them. The lower parts of the body already realized they needed more nourishment than what heart was bringing to them, and they were already seeking other forms of nourishment. Unable to bring anything much at all back up through heart as their bodies had originally been designed to do, the lower parts of their bodies had to seek other avenues of release for what needed to move out of them. The will essence, which had begun as the most sensitive essence in creation, was now almost unable to feel enough to regain consciousness of itself. Without a mother to nurture them, it looked doubtful that the RONALOKAS would be able to last long at all. The RONALOKAS had been born on earth like a bunch of babies from heaven, but the experience of it was one of infants who had such a struggle being born that their continued existence was threatened. I withdraw. Meanwhile, I was like a tired father who could not see the delivery through. As though I were the one exhausted by the length of the labor, I returned to my own place with an intense longing to go inside of myself and escape what was happening. The angels gathered around me like siblings who weren't sure they wanted any others born into the family. I was trapped by my own guilt. They did not inquire about the RONALOKAS or the mother. They did not ask me anything, but they had a projected feeling of gaiety that did not seem appropriate to me, given the immense problems with which I was faced. I tried to pass it off at the time as the angels only wanting to welcome me home as usual, and also, as usual, trying to impress me with how upbeat they could be compared to the mother. But underneath, it was as though I could feel that they were glad the RONALOKAS were gone, and that they hoped they were gone for good, never to trouble us again. Their relief seemed to be so immense, I even found myself wondering if, in spite of never seeing them emerge spirits, the angels had somehow been the mothers of these things, and wanted their bodies discarded, so that I would never find out. I disregarded this as a bizarre thought, since I already had knowledge that the RONALOKAS were the will polarity of these spirits. I did not like having these kinds of thoughts, but then, I did not like so much of what I was noticing that I had a feeling of not wanting to be conscious anymore, or at least not as conscious as I was. I was suddenly and thoroughly angry at the mother for not allowing me to have the place I had wanted on Earth. I had envisioned Earth as being a place I could go when I wanted to slow down to the point of being unconscious, or almost unconscious. When the mother's terror of slowing down that much resisted me on the way to Earth, only part of me had been in the mood to play with her here. The rest of me, as I was finding now, had wanted to smack her right then and there and force her to get over her fears of allowing us to rest. Now I had no place to go to escape myself. In my rage, it seemed to me the mother did not want to allow me to have what I needed, always seeing it as going against her needs. Selfish was the word I applied to it. She didn't want me to go down into rest, and she didn't want me to go up into more activity. It was as though staying the same all of the time was the only thing that suited her. As I sought to make myself comfortable, guilt was on me, telling me I was a very self-centered God who sought only to help himself rather than helping those around him. I wanted to go inside of myself, as far inside of myself as I could get. I wanted to escape the outer turmoil all around me and see if there was any peace and strength left to be found within me. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't even move to go inside of myself. Guilt had taken its toll already and left me wrestling between the needs of the outer and the needs of the inner. Not only that, but the moment I looked within, I discovered the turmoil was within me also. I really felt like I had no place to go then. I slumped in my throne and stared, as though looking out over creation. But I was not really seeing anything. I sat as though I did not know if I was awake or dreaming. I was unable to relax and almost unable to move. I stared vacantly out over creation, while many things welled up inside of me. Things I thought I had gotten rid of when the mother left me. I was flooded with thoughts and feelings I did not want to have. The sounds and movements I did allow myself to make, I disguised as annoyance over not being able to get comfortable, but I suppressed even these expressions as much as I could. Even this little amount of expression made me feel paranoid that I was having the feelings that made me express this discomfort because God's place was no longer my right place. And so there I sat squirming around uncomfortably on my throne, and yet riveted to it as though I could not give my place up either. Everything was so far away from the way I had envisioned it that I wondered again if I had been right to go ahead and manifest creation. I indulged myself in another bout of blaming the Father of Manifestation and the Mother of Everything. It seemed so impossible to attain the balance I saw as necessary to sustain creation that I wondered if I might not have liked it better if I had resisted the temptation to create. I wondered how much the Mothers and the Father of Manifestation's imbalances were going to cost me in terms of lost manifesting power. Their power did not seem to be as great as mine, and yet I kept blaming them as though it was. I felt so angry at not having creation the way I had envisioned it that I had a moment of wanting to destroy them both for having caused it, and of wanting to destroy creation and start over again, if and when I ever felt like it. I tried not to let any of the spirits know what I was feeling and thinking here, and as far as I could tell, they did not notice. How could I allow open expression to these thoughts and feelings in the presence of spirits who would feel their very lives being threatened by me? Besides, I had only to look in the faces of the spirits when I felt like destroying everything to feel that I could not really allow myself to do it. I really believed it was more loving to work through these feelings internally than to express them openly toward loved ones who might be hurt by them. I did my best to feel myself here because I did not think it was wise to push these feelings away anymore either. I was already suspecting that the mother was reflecting everything I didn't like about myself, but I didn't know what would move these things in her or in me. All I knew was that she didn't like me for a long list of reasons. Such a long list of reasons that I wasn't able to stay present for her presentations of all the many reasons, and that no matter how much I tried to change, it didn't move her. She seemed to have an unending supply of reasons, old and new, as to why what I did not please her. I had the feeling she had to give in now. I had done my best to please her, and if it wasn't good enough, she would have to bend or let go of me so I could find another will. I was mad just to find myself thinking about her again, fuming mad, like she was some kind of demon I could not exorcise. I felt she had hurt me enough, which was a big reason why I did not want to hurt others the way she had hurt me. She hurt me all the time by not receiving me and giving me the vote of confidence I needed to feel good about myself. As I tried to make myself look pleasant on the outside, while allowing myself to fume within, the angels were still busying themselves around me, as if to say everything was fine and they were just welcoming me home as usual. everything was not fine. Lots of the angels were missing. The others were acting like they weren't allowing themselves to notice it, or even as though they liked it better, because there was now more space for them to be near me. Many of them were acting like my light should rev up with them now and give the increase to them that would fill the space left by the others. I was not sure how I felt about it. I did not really miss the angels who were gone, and I had not allowed myself to notice what had happened to them yet. I didn't mention them, and neither did the rest of the angels. They were hovering around me, trying to please me, by anticipating my every need and trying to do whatever might make me feel better. Most of the angels around me were mother contenders, and they were all trying to please me by acting out the images of the mother they had embraced as the ones they thought I loved most. I could see these images as their thought projections hovering around them. Whenever they did something that did not seem to please me, I could see them adjusting their images and proceeding accordingly, as though the master plan for mothering was being constantly evolved in this way. It did not feel suffocating to be hovered over by these angels, and I must say that it did feel good to get so much attention all at once, and positive attention that it was not making an assault on my presence with its immediate needs. I began to come around. My turmoil had been soothed enough that I was able to focus on the angels around me and notice what they were doing. They were making me feel good. I had not allowed myself to feel good for such a long time, and no wonder. I had been feeling continually nagged by the guilt that I had a crisis in my creation, and that I had to move outwardly to help, instead of allowing myself to sit, rest, and be indulged. In spite of guilt's nagging, I could no longer move. I kept feeling like I should be doing something else, but I could not make myself move to do it. I felt exhausted. Even so, I feared it was not right to sit with just a few of the spirits when so many needed me. Then I would flip around like I was talking to myself and say that I wasn't so sure the spirits needed me at all, since all my attempts to help them had added up to nothing. No matter how much I told this nagging to go away, and no matter how much I wanted to hold it responsible for my discomfort, I soon had to realize it was my heart that would not stop bothering me. Heart tries to warn me that he cannot stay manifest. Heart seemed desperate for help, and love-making was not the solution he wanted to have. He said my light was so seriously imbalanced, he was having trouble holding creation together. I already knew what he was going to say next. The mother has to come back, or the balance cannot be found. I felt like I did not want to hear this from Heart. I was too exhausted, hurt, and mad to want to have to think about the mother anymore. I tried to put Heart off, like a man getting a massage and wanting to dispense with distractions as quickly as possible. Heart, I said, once again I'm going to tell you. The mother left me, and there is nothing I can do to make her come back. Heart always met this with, go after her, which I did not feel ready to do. How can I go after her when I do not even know where she is? Look around for her, Heart said. I cannot send my light out if it is not going to be received, I told Heart. The mother does not love me anymore. She has warriors who seek my destruction. I do not trust her anymore. I cannot be a fool and go shining my way into her camp when it looks like her plans are to try to kill me. She cannot kill you, Heart said. Oh, yes, she can, I reminded Heart. Don't you remember how much light I lost when she left before? She didn't leave. You pushed her out, Heart reminded me. All the worse, I told Heart, because it seems like she is trying to get even with me for that. She is not lost the way you think she is, Heart told me. At this, I told Heart that if he was so concerned about the mother and the balance she had to offer us, maybe he should go and look for her. And then I proceeded to remind him of all the times and ways I had tried to get balance with the mother and failed. Hart grew more desperate. She doesn't want balance with me anymore, I told Hart. She is moving against me. She opposes me on almost every issue there is, and you want me to go and find her, as though now is going to be any different than all the times in the past. It is different, Hart told me. I can hear her crying. She's always crying over one thing or another, I told Hart. What makes you think this time is any different? It feels like she is grief-stricken and desperate, Hart told me. Good, I told Hart. That is what she needs to feel. Maybe she will come around and find me. She cannot move from where she is, Hart told me. If she has lost the power to move, then she has lost the power to be with me, I told Hart. Her lack of movement is the very thing I can't stand. It was her movement that made you reject her the first time, Hart said. That's what I mean, I told Hart. She either moves too much or not enough, when balance is what I need. Is balance just what pleases you? Hart asked me. I'm not pleased with the balance you think you have found without the mother. I'm having a hard time being out here without the mother. I told Hart he was just being melodramatic here because the manifested spirits would not receive him. I told him he should just stay with me and all would be well if he gave it more time. Hart told me he could not move either. He could not move toward the mother because there was no openness to receive him there, and he could not move any closer to my light because I was not taking him in either. I told Hart I would take him in any time he wanted me to, but that I had thought he liked it better out in manifestation than with my light. Hart told me it was the mother in him I was not letting in. I suggested to Hart that he ask the Father of Manifestation to go and look for the mother if Hart felt it was so necessary to find her, because she still had love for the Father of Manifestation. I told Hart I would take him in any time he wanted to let go of the mother, and let her be free to decide whether she wanted to be with us or not. Hart did not like me here, but he said nothing. He felt here like the child of a divorce, who could come home to the father only if he did not come in bringing his resemblance to the mother along with him. The Father of Manifestation does have desire to go and look for the mother, Hart told me, but he doesn't want to do anything more to widen the rift between the two of you as well. What rift? I said to Hart. I never quarrel with him when he is with me, only when the mother comes between us. It appears the quarrel is with the mother. Now that she is gone, there should be no quarrel between us. That's what the Father of Manifestation fears, Hart said. That all of us are against her, and that any time we take her side, we cannot get near you because of the split between the two of you. He wants to look for the mother, but he doesn't want to lose his ability to be with you. He has already lost it, in that he doesn't come to me anymore. What difference is it going to make if he goes out a little farther than he already is? Hart did not answer me here, other than to ask me to let the Father of Manifestation know directly that I requested he look for the mother. You have to let him know, I told Hart. You were the one with the big desire to find her. Hart was hurt by this, and he let me know in no uncertain terms that his authority alone was not enough to make the Father of Manifestation go and look for the mother. I allowed my light to lift the Father of Manifestation up then, although I had some shame about letting him notice everything that was going on between myself and the angels. I asked him if he wanted to go and look for the mother. Without speaking, he indicated to me that he had mixed feelings. It looks to me like you are miserable without her, I told him. The Father of Manifestation felt he could not be honest in the face of my light, no matter which way he went. He squirmed a little and then said, "Yes, but I was also miserable when I was with her." "Not all of the time," I reminded him, as if I couldn't resist making a little jab. I was actually trying to take the opportunity to sound out the father of manifestation on his feelings toward the mother, but he was feeling much too cautious for me to find out much, and so I let him go with nothing much changed between us. If you are miserable without her and miserable with her, it makes no difference to me if you find her or not, but heart wants you to. The father of manifestation did not know whether to take this as any sort of declaration of love for the mother on my part or not, but he did allow himself to notice that my light looked better to him at the thought of finding the mother than it had looked to him for a long time. This caused him to decide that when he felt he had the opportunity, he would go in search of the mother. None of us knew then what a long time it would be before he found her. Heart, meanwhile, tried to let me know more about the problems he was having holding creation together, and I had to take him seriously here, but I also had to let him know that there was nothing I really felt I could do. I realized then that I had not allowed myself to give my rage to the father of manifestation for having manifested the creation all wrong. I seemed to feel like giving him these things when he was not around, and then find that I had gone blank in those areas when he was around. Heart did not like the blankness he was getting from me either, but with all the held emotion, I could do no better. "Oh well," I told myself. "I don't know what good it would do to give him my rage anyway. What's been done is done. What really needs to happen now is for him to fix it. It can't possibly do any good to rage at him," I told myself. "If we have a fight, it will really frighten everyone around us." The mother tears my heart apart. I allowed myself to notice then that Heart was having real trouble. I felt like I was having a heart attack. I was twisting and turning in my chair as though I were going crazy inside, but I was making very little outward sound except for a little gagging and coughing and some struggling to speak sounds. I was consumed by my inner feelings and felt I had to get in there immediately in order to save my own life. I felt immediate distrust, as though the mother had found some new way to attack me, especially when I looked out and saw her warriors repeating the motions over and over of stabbing me in the heart. They were angry, and it looked like they had my death in mind. I had the sensation of so many snakes striking me in the heart now that I didn't think I had any chance to make it unless I managed to get them off of me and put them as far from me as I could. I was struggling, not unlike the RONALOKAS, only I didn't know it. I must have looked like a madman, trying to throw snakes off of me that no one else could see. They certainly weren't present with me there in the Godhead, but within me, it was as real as if they were. I viewed it as a battle I must win, and I struggled with all my might. I lost my ability to feel heart. The presence of venom was so great. I was overwhelmed by a feeling of having been poisoned all over me, and I gagged and choked on the strangling feelings of having snakes gripping me and striking me all over with the feeling of hatred that wanted me to die. I did not get the message that all they wanted was for my light to open and receive them, and they did not give it. It was as though they expected me to get the message from the way they were behaving, but I did not. I did not like it that they had the feeling of hatred that wanted me dead. I knew I could not allow myself to be killed, no matter what I might think of myself at times. I kicked and fought and thrust until all of the mother warriors were falling toward the earth, and there was not one left that I could find anywhere near my light. They were all falling to earth with the judgment against themselves that expressing their rage does no good, and that I will not allow myself to receive this approach. Meanwhile, this had been an unpremeditated attack that had come as a reaction to my denial of the mother through heart, and so they also received judgment in the form of imprint that they could not allow themselves to trust their real feelings because their response was judged to be unacceptable and only caused them more trouble. An understanding that is needed here is that true response has to be given in all situations in order to avoid guilt. But once guilt has a grip on you, you must learn to be true to yourself first and not move outwardly until you have as much alignment within as possible. When you do move outwardly, you must give your true response as much as possible, because anything else deprives the will of the feedback necessary to move properly, and also deprives spirit of the ability to guide properly. If feelings come up later, after the outward event has already gone past you, allow them to move then, and gain understanding as to why they have become that gap from your spontaneity. You also need to know that even though I mentioned turning the tables around as a way to see understandings, there are also situations where this will not work. For example, you have always thought that because it feels so bad to be hated, allowing yourselves to hate was not loving, but it is not wrong to hate that which hates you. True response is, you cannot love that which hates you. For example, some spirits may express hatred for me, and I may feel like old charge is moving and coming to a loving place. Other spirits may express hatred toward me, and I may feel like it is not going any place. I may want to move them back and let them live out their hatred for me where it is not going to affect me. It does not always work to say that because I allowed some to move their hatred for me near me, it's only fair to allow others to do it. What may bring understanding in some situation may be only guilt in others. No question about it. This is very tricky ground to try to walk on. No matter how I word it, it is possible to corrupt it into denial and guilt. This is why you must not make a rule of anything, but instead allow your true feelings. If you are too guilty to allow your true feelings, you must not judge the guilt to be wrong. You must allow the guilt to hold you back until you have worked with your own vibration enough to alter the reflection you would otherwise receive. I am able to allow the Mother Warriors to come near me now and give the reflection that they needed to give. I have been able to do this without feeling like I had to fight off the attack of overwhelming numbers of venomous serpents, and I have learned that the Mother Warriors are the Kundalini by which will returns to spirit. Without them, I cannot get the full circle of light with the will that I need. I can allow the Kundalini up now because I am not denying the will the way I was in the past. But if spirit has an attitude of will denial while saying it does not, and allows the Kundalini up toward the heart in those circumstances, it can be very dangerous and even killing. The Mother Warriors do not like to let anything go past them that contains denial, be it ever so subtle a form of denial. But guilt has held them back and down, even causing them to accept the belief that the Kundalini must be carefully controlled and disciplined because of the potentially killing energy it has. The Mother Warriors arrived on Earth after having the golden red light of the Kundalini squashed and compressed by the denials placed against it. The form they had when they reached Earth was that of the physical form snakes now have on Earth, only many of them were much larger in the land of Pan and able to communicate with the rest of the spirits more easily because there was less fragmentation than there is now. The Mother Warriors were less ready to accept themselves as part of my light then than they are now, so none of them then had the human forms that many of them have now. Even so, there is still so much will denial that much of the Mother Warrior essence is still left trapped in the forms of snakes on Earth. The more snakes have been hated, hunted, and killed on Earth, the more this essence has had to find other forms to inhabit. But this does not mean that snakes are to become protected now or venerated any more than they already have been by those who have recognized the Kundalini energy in them. It means that will denial must be healed so that the Kundalini energy can take its right place. The Kundalini energy is meant to have the fiery golden glow of passion shimmering in all the colors of the rainbow as it passes up through the chakras, ignited by a halo of white light as it contacts my light at the top. I had a struggle that cost me light, as well as will energy here. I had to go inside and meet Heart there, but I was unable to meet Heart all the way with my consciousness because of his great pain. I had a feeling Heart was losing his ability to remain manifest in creation, and I needed to look out and see what was happening there. I had gotten a grip on myself, but no calm yet. The angels were hovering over me like mothers tending the sick. There was no mention of the possibility I might cease to exist as God, and yet everyone was gathered around me like family at the bed of a dying man. It was being said that it was impossible I might cease to exist as God. It was being said that I still had plenty of strength left in my light. Everything positive that could be said was being said, but there was another feeling present that I denied in my struggle to make it through what my heart was experiencing. I felt there were still spirits near me who would have liked to see me go, and they seemed all too ready to take my place. Although I did not notice their reflection at the time, I had another attack of feeling I hadn't been right to proclaim myself God. At least, I was not the God I had envisioned myself to be, as it looked now. I felt overwhelmed and did not even want to allow others to know it, for fear it meant, all the more, that I was not adequate to be God. I did not like allowing my insecurities to be seen. I denied them heavily all along, which meant that the mother got these feelings and reflected them constantly, while I denied them by saying they were her feelings and not mine. She lacked confidence in me. She was afraid of our power. She felt wrong to claim her mate was God, and so on and so forth. I almost never allowed the mother to reflect to me in ways that could let me know these were my feelings she had to reflect. If you are not ready to see your own reflection in the will, you are not ready to understand me as God, or even yourselves yet. I hesitate to mention it, but Lost Will has a lot to move around the issue of who is God, because everyone has images, even if the images insist I do not exist. For Lost Will, I have not existed for so long now that it is impossible not to go through these places on the way to finding the light they need. My fears were so great this time that I thought my extreme discomfort meant that what I had thought was my right place was not my right place, so much so that I actually fell from my place to the space just down in front of it and writhed and twisted for a while there before regaining enough consciousness to return to my place. Given the situation, this was a very dangerous thing to have happen. But as it turned out, none of the spirits gathered around made a move to take my place. I saw it as fear of what the others might do if they did. They had no plan for such a situation because none of them had admitted to anyone else that they had taking my place in mind. But many plans have been made since then. I made better contact with Heart when I regained a little more of my consciousness. He had come home all right, but he looked almost totally torn apart and severely weakened. Heart was in such bad shape that I had to take strong and immediate action. As I saw it then, I had to rejuvenate Heart as fast as I could and help him recover. It did not enter my mind that it would be helpful to Heart to run around looking for his lost pieces. I did not see this as a way to help him recover, and as it turned out, it would not have been at the time. I felt I did not have time to look for them anyway. I had my hands full already. Heart had fragmented severely, and the farther from him his fragments fell, the less like him they looked. We were a long time in recognizing them as a result. I knew this about Heart's fragments because I looked out at the manifestation to see what Heart had experienced. I was shocked. Manifestation looked like a mess. It looked like chaos similar to the war in the heavens, only this time it was more like a bomb had gone off than there had been a battle. There were spirits of every kind falling in pieces toward Earth. It seemed like Earth had become a dark hole in space, sucking up everything that wasn't able to hold on to my light. I had the terrible feeling it was not right, and that there was nothing I could do about it. I was so shocked by what I saw that I had shut down to it. I let go of all my feelings because I could not stand to hold on to them. I cut myself off from all feelings of desire, or even thought that a manifestation might make it. I turned toward the idea that all I had left was what was there in the heavens with me, and that I was lucky to have that. I had heart within me, desperate for help, and I was there with almost no feelings at all about what was happening. I just concentrated on pouring light into heart, as though both of our lives depended on it. I was not aware of allowing my light to have any thoughts, but I was aware of being surrounded by white light spirits trying to help me like a staff in a hospital emergency room. I was doing a cardiac revival, and they were assisting me. "It's all right," they kept telling me over and over. "Heart is going to be all right." What's happening had to happen because all the warning signs were ignored. It's not Heart's fault. He tried everything he could, and he could not get through to the manifested spirits. You tried everything you could. We all tried everything we could. Nothing more could have been done. Everything that could have been done was done. The mother did not provide the balance necessary. The father of manifestation did not help Heart when he asked him to help get the mother more aligned with us. Heart could not get the manifested spirits to receive us. The father of manifestation could not get the manifested spirits to receive us. The manifested spirits had to move back. They were too clumped up. They never expanded and accepted moving out into manifestation. They never relaxed and accepted what was happening as what was meant to happen. They needed more space. They had to give us more space. They had to move back because our light was too much for them. It's their own resistance to what had to happen that has caused all this pain and confusion. They had to go because they follow the mother. It will all calm down soon. I did not allow myself to notice how I was feeling. I just made these spirits move back and give me some peace and quiet in which to work on Heart. When I look back on it now, I see that all they were saying was designed to make a focus on the positive view of us immediately, and to not leave space for the expression of any other feelings about what was happening. Now I would simply yell, "Shut up," and allow myself to move rage and terror. Then, I simply moved them back and went on with my desperate attempt to revive Heart. It did seem right that the will had to move back and give us space to expand. It did seem right that the rainbow spirits needed to move out into space and fill in between my light and the will, but I did not like the manner in which it was happening. All the way along, it seemed like the resistance to the expansion of my light and to the unfolding of my plan was immense. I had such great rage at being pressured that I did not notice how I was also afraid of letting my light expand so far and so fast. All I could see was that I did not like anything the mother did. She either gave me too little space and did not move back when I wanted her to, or she gave me too much space and moved back all at once. I was so furious over this, I shut down to it. I could not stand feeling so impotent, as though the mother was getting some kind of perverse joy out of making me a failure, by making it look like I was alternatively too much, or not enough, but never right. I was either overbearing or inadequate. I was either overpowering or not powerful enough. I was either too much, at which point she told me I was making a big deal out of myself, or I wasn't enough, at which point she told me I wasn't good enough for the job. I never had the mother's love, acceptance, and approval for what I was, and now Hart had become another victim of lack of mother love. She had accused him of having all the same flaws I had. No wonder he felt attacked. It wasn't possible to live with a mother like that. With all of her emotional turmoil stabbing at him like that, trying to get at me, it's a wonder he lasted as long as he did. As much as the angels were reflecting the positive pep talk I was actually giving myself, I also had another dialogue going on that was blaming the mother and the father of manifestation for the troubles Hart and I were having now. It went like this. If only the mother hadn't led me into manifestation so quickly. If only she could be less impulsive and more reasonable. Then she could have listened to our plan, and we would have been able to do it right. Then she would not have had all of these reasons to fear, and neither would I. She fears because she doesn't understand, and yet she won't let me explain anything to her. I have been as patient as I can be, but this is just too much. This is really all her fault, even her enticement of the father of manifestation. He never acts like his gonads control him in my presence. It's the mother who is always calling him forth sexually. All we need to do is get rid of her, and we'll have the peace and quiet we need to fix this mess. I can't let her tear my heart apart, tear my creation apart, tear the manifested spirits apart, maim, dismember, and maybe even kill as wanton acts of revenge against my light without doing anything to her. I hate her for what she has done to me and to my creation. To hell with her. If she suffers there forever, it will be too short a time for me. Then I started in on the father of manifestation, and although my denouncement of him was shorter, it was not lacking in intensity. He's my man unless there's a woman around. Then he can't be trusted at all. Where is he now? Probably chasing after the mother because he was told to, rather than being able to see that the need for him is here and now. He's no brother to me. He has running away with the mother in mind, and that's all he's about. He's making me look like a fool who cannot keep his creation together, when he is the one who has really made it impossible for me here. Let him go to Earth and see how he likes it there. I'm not going to let him have the mother and line up against me with her. I don't want him near me anymore. Let him be cursed and let him live out his sins as a mortal among mortals. This blaming of others went on for a long time. Giving my rage expression like that gave me the drive I needed to be able to go on without having to feel the paralyzing feelings of being overwhelmed and powerless to do anything about it. Even when this shifted to feeling I had only myself to blame because I had not moved to change my life in any way that could have averted this disaster, I still viewed it in terms of having to overcome what had happened to me because of the mother. I was sure manifestation would not have been the problem it was if the mother had not always been stirring up the emotion she was. She should have given the positive side more opportunity to influence her. I had feelings now that free will was not right. Perhaps it should not have been granted in advance of the experience necessary to understand it. I certainly had to become less and less of a god, the more I had believed it was not right to allow myself to exert my power over others, and had allowed them to do as they wished. In all my visions, I never thought the spirits would choose to use free will to override themselves. It certainly seemed that allowing everyone to do as they wished was making the alignment I saw as necessary impossible. I wanted to allow the feelings, but they were not supposed to be the feelings I was having. I was caught in the trap of feeling that I could not allow my true feelings because my true feelings were not loving. I was caught in the trap of feeling that I could not allow my true feelings because my true feelings were not loving, but I said it was the mother who was not loving. As a result, there was nothing I could do except project myself as being loving by allowing only what I had defined as loving to express. In order to do this in the face of what was happening now, I had to rationalize everything to preserve my own self-image, which I had confused with my own existence. I felt I could not live through what was coming out into the open here, and so I did not want to allow it to happen. I was quite sure it meant I was not supposed to be God, and I was so ashamed of my attachment to this role and of my feelings of insecurity here that I did not allow them. My denial here was so vehement that heresy was the label applied by Lost Will to any efforts to question or approach this area. Although the extent of my insecurities ran so deep that I am just now allowing these denials to come forward in these stories, I am also ready to say that moving along with me means being willing to see that these stories are true and being unwilling to live in the world of false images anymore. I myself can no longer stand the false images I entered into then. As you look at me as I was then in light of what I have already told you now, you will not like me there either. It was true. I was all of the things you are going to feel about me now, but I was also overwhelmed and feeling like I could not cope without the alignment I needed with my own 4 parts. I was doing the best I could with what I knew and had no one to go ahead of me and give me the benefit of their experience. I had no one to get the answers from but myself, and without manifesting a creation, I had no way to gain the experience necessary to gain the understandings I needed. But this is just another rationalization unless you move all the emotions you need to move to feel you no longer hate me for what has happened to you, any more than you need to hate yourselves any more for not being able to do any better with your own realities than you did. It is a great responsibility to have realized that my light has to move first, or you cannot move. Then, I rationalized the problems in creation by saying the manifested spirits could not be expected to learn everything as quickly as we did in the Godhead, or even in the same ways, and avoided my fear that taking responsibility for everything was too much of an ego trip, even for God. Their experiences must be right for them, or they would not be having them. That's what we said. While this was true, this was not all there was to it. To take a wider view would have meant going into what I was avoiding, and I did not feel encouraged to do that. Every time I even looked at this area in myself, I drew the reflection of spirits all around me who seemed to view themselves as very superior to me, and all too ready to take my job if they were given any opportunity to do so. I regretted having allowed my will to get so far out of hand before I moved to do anything about her. I did not think it was a good reflection that in all of my struggling with her, I had not managed to get the mother to align with me, but I felt like I could not even allow myself to mention her. Mentioning her seemed to be blaming her in a way that gave her power I didn't want to make it seem that she had, or that I even thought she had. It seemed that all I needed to do was think of the mother, and I would find myself surrounded by spirits who acted superior because they had no struggle with their will presence. I looked around at the spirits who were drawing themselves up as so superior to me. As much as the rainbow spirits had looked too compressed and squat to me, these spirits looked too elongated and lacking in substance. I hesitate to mention this now, but it was almost nothing but guilt which kept me from pushing these angels away from me also. Guilt and fear that there would be no one left, and I would be all alone again. I did not have much hope for the manifested spirits, but as I looked around the heavens, I did not have much hope for the spirits who were left there either. They had gathered themselves around me like family gathered around a patriarch who might not live, and when they found me becoming more consciously present with them again, they began moving to return to their normal activities. Another look at the angels. How long I had been as I just described to you, I did not know, and I did not want to ask, lest it indicated some loss of consciousness on my part. I simply began responding to the spirits gathered around me, subtly at first, as though I had just allowed myself to retreat from them, and was not returning to moving outwardly. I was embarrassed about the struggle I was having, and I did not know I had fallen from my place. The angels had their own reasons for letting this all pass by as quickly as possible. The angels who had replacing the mother in mind were hovering around me, of course, and now that I looked conscious, they began offering up the littler angels as though I were a father being allowed to kiss the children before they were taken off to their rooms and put to bed for the night. I was lying back now, and the impression they were conveying to the littler angels was that they were not to bother Father tonight because he was in such need of rest that he was already in bed ahead of the children. The littler angels did their best to present me with just what they were expected to present, but they were not the merry and bright little creatures they had once been. I pulled them close to me, and we shared some much-needed moments of grief and comfort. It gave me perhaps the most comfort of all to feel close to some spirits for a few moments, who still felt rather innocent, when so much of the time I was now a god whose spirits had either become too frightened of him to come close anymore, or were engaged in a power struggle with him. These little angels gave me much reassurance that they loved me, and they almost dared to tell me how much they loved and missed the mother, but they were unable to get it out because they were not sure I had a receptivity to them here. Mother was all they could say, and I did not seek to make them say more. I felt I already knew the feelings they had, and I permitted them to cry in my arms for quite some time. I certainly hadn't wanted the spirits to feel a lack of maternal love and warmth in their lives, or to experience the grief of the loss of a mother. I stopped short, however, of saying anything about trying to get the mother to come back, because I was not sure she was really the kind of mother I wanted them to have, or that she had been giving them the kind of mothering I wanted them to have. As though my thoughts were their cue to show me how attuned they were to my needs, the mother contenders began fluttering around us as though they did not want to allow our grief to suggest that they were not capable of mothering the spirits in ways that were better than what their actual mother had been doing. They acted like they wanted to remove the littler angels from my presence as soon as possible. Within moments, they could not resist doing so, as though a token good night was all they had in mind to allow here, because bedtime was supposed to fit into an image they already had of how it would be best facilitated. They shepherded the littler angels away, telling them not to trouble their father, but to tell them anything that was bothering them instead. I noticed that the concern in these mother contenders was not for what the children were feeling. It was all the father and how he was going to like what the children were feeling. These angels made me feel they were more interested in the acting out of emotions rather than allowing themselves or anyone else to actually have any. Over and over, they were acting out the appearance of emotional expression I had liked in the past. If any emotion did start to arise that they thought I might not like, or that I had not liked in the past, they quickly attempted to divert its expression into some form they thought I would like, such as shepherding the littler angels away now. The truth of the matter was that I did not really want to be bothered right then, but that was mostly because I had so much lost will that had not moved in so long that I no longer knew what felt good to me. Nonetheless, there was something about their anticipation of my needs that really bothered me. It was almost like they didn't want to allow me to have any feelings except the one of how much better it would be to have one of them as a mother replacement. It seemed to me that in truth, the angels weren't any better able to move than I was. They were doing their best to give me the impression that they had no problems. But to me, it was as though we had all become frozen in time and space, unable to move out of the situation we were in. Now that the mother contenders had taken the littler angels away, I was left with my staff, who had appointed themselves like watchdogs to make sure I didn't make a move without them knowing about it. The feeling was such that if I had had a body that needed to crap, they would have tried to sit in on it. I noticed now that there was one angel who had not participated in anything the other angels were doing. Even now, she sat at the edge of things, giving the impression she was pouting. At first, I allowed myself to think she had grief, but when I looked more closely, I could see that she was trying to manipulate me with her pouting. She had the impression that the mother used emotion to gain power over me, and she was trying to do the same thing. She had gaining the mother's position in mind, but she did not want to make a move toward me because my light was supposed to recognize her, so there would be no doubt in anyone's mind that she was the replacement for the mother. She wanted me to call her to my side, make love to her, and let her know that she was the mother for me. I recognized this angel as the one who felt she had the greatest claim on the role of the mother, largely because she regarded herself as having almost emerged the father warriors. She felt she had earned the position of mother, as though love could be earned by being the best at doing whatever pleased the person whose love was being sought. I must allow myself to say this pleased me more then than it does now, but even then, I did not like the feeling of undercurrent pressure she was applying. All of the mother contenders pretended they were not pressuring me to select them, or competing with one another for the position of the mother, but they all were. When I looked into it later, I found deadly denials here. The lost will involved has engaged in all kinds of political intrigue, even murdering many sometimes in the effort to gain access to the positions of First Lady in various power structures on Earth. I have lost will involvement here also in the form of sometimes enjoying watching myself being fought over without acknowledging I was even aware of it. What was going on in the Godhead was very indirect. It was a game of will pitted against will, while pretending we did not have any will presence other than that which was most pleasant. We never allowed ourselves to show the behavior of the manifested spirits, which we found so appalling and unevolved. We always treated one another with the greatest respect. Our undercurrents were showing up in the lower astral planes, where we could claim there were only nightmares that had nothing to do with us. This has been acted out on Earth many times, as the difference between the palace by day and the palace by night. The game of indirectness was being played by the angel who was pouting, although not as subtly as by the others. She was almost openly insisting that I recognize her, in fact, and much to her annoyance, I passed her by. I was not ready to select another mother, given the experience I had the first time, but I allowed mothers to happen to me by not being direct. There have been many angels over time who have allowed themselves to believe that I allowed them to have the role of Divine Mother. They have always wanted to be called the Divine Mother, instead of the Mother of Everything, because they have never wanted to be called Mother of the Spirits who displeased me. I also allowed these angels to feel they had my love many times more than the Mother of Everything, because it was easier to go to them than to face what I had to face with the Mother. This time, I allowed myself to be indirect by pretending I did not know why this angel was pouting and hanging around. I told her grief was not necessary anymore now that everyone knew I was not going away from them, and that there certainly must be something else she could do with her time. She allowed herself to think I had love-making in mind, since she did, and when I did not like her approach here, she blamed me for my indirectness without seeing her own. It has been this way with the angels all the way along, blaming others without seeing their own involvement. You will find that denied guilt has this in common. I looked past this angel then as a way of dismissing her, and everywhere I looked, I saw more problems. I feared I couldn't see anything in a positive light anymore. I had a moment of panic. The entire angelic vibration was looking weak to me, and my light did not appear to be filling in the gaps left by the angels who are missing from the heavens. The pouting angel saw my moment of panic and assumed that she had the right answer. Lovemaking was necessary. She had the right answer in form, but lovemaking has to be with someone you love in that way, and in the time when you feel like loving in that way. Need fulfillment is not wrong, but the more it is just need fulfillment, the more the presence of love is reduced proportionately. The light generated is not fully loving light if it is generated from need without also the loving desire to fill the need. Many heirs to thrones and so forth have been conceived this way, and no problem has been as great for them as the problem of lovelessness in their lives. Marriage is between people based on agreements made by themselves or others because they are best suited to positively influence one another's lives according to all outward forms has origins here. And yet, this does not mean that this is the form marriage should take, even though several religions have embraced this approach as the means by which turmoil and mistakes from emotional selection can be avoided. Love is said to grow in these marriages, and sometimes it does, but often it is just a habit pattern of relating to one another that is missed when the partners go apart. No footstep in the house at night, and that sort of thing. Attachments are what these arrangements are, and guilt and power are most of what is being called love here. Letting go of attachments and moving along is necessary if real love is going to be found. Agreements and attachments, or strings, do not need to be formed when love is found, because love is seeking to have the relationship without a need of any agreements or attachments to force it. The fact that I never formally married the mother of everything in a ceremony, or made a formal declaration of our relationship in front of all the spirits, who came after her relationship with me, I might add, does not make her any less the mother. All of the angels have wanted to have ceremonies with me where we would declare our intent toward one another. Some of my lost will has participated in these ceremonies, only to find out that the form of them became empty later on, when the feelings did not remain the same as they were at the time of the ceremony. Lucifer has also gotten involved here by holding people to agreements when it profited him, and making sure they felt their agreements and attachments were wrong when it did not profit him. This is the way most agreements and attachments have been used. Wherever Lucifer has found the will attached to my light, he has made the will feel wrong for having these attachments, as though the will was not allowing the light to be free. Attachments made because love cannot let go are different than attachments made for purposes of profit, gain, and manipulation, although Lucifer has turned it around in people's minds. Even though most of you are going to say you know this already, you are going to be amazed to find out what is really going on in your lives when you move lost will, more lost will, and find your hatred for the opposite sex. As I looked around then, I saw almost nothing but attachment to my light. Whatever their reasons were, the angels were all clinging to me. They all appeared to be mirroring me in whatever way they thought would please me most. When I was having thoughts of wishing I had not manifested creation, they moved as close to me as they could, and it seemed as though they had lost the desire and or the power to remain manifest. When I was feeling like my side of the family had strength and it was all the mother's fault we had such a mess in creation, the angels moved toward the masculine side of themselves. I could see they felt stronger to themselves here and more like me. But as soon as I began feeling like they were lacking some of the pleasing qualities that had come from the earlier softness in their light, I saw that they began drifting toward their feminine sides. If they felt I was looking at them as mother contenders, they began expressing what they had seen me praise as the feminine attributes. If they perceived me to be looking at them as more of a friend, they began expressing what I had praised as masculine attributes. They did not seem to think I could just be friends with a femininely polarized angel. At times, it appeared they did not notice what was happening to them when they shifted from one side of themselves to another. At other times, it appeared they were allowing this to happen to them because they thought it pleased me. And at other times, it appeared that they saw me as imposing this on them for my own purposes. In fact, most of the angels were uncomfortable about the idea of having to make a gender choice at all, They viewed it as a limitation they did not want to have, and actually seemed to prefer moving back and forth. I allowed this most of the time, but I also had a feeling that something wasn't right about it. It was as though there was nothing real about what the angels were doing. I felt like I was being given the performance they thought I wanted to have, rather than a real-life activity. All the angels were polarized to my light, especially now, with so much of the will presence gone. They were always asking me what to do, as though pleasing me was all they had in mind. But in the denied feelings I had then, I found they were not pleasing me. Nothing they did seemed appropriate, even when I gave them detailed instructions. I was very annoyed to recognize the mother in myself here, and so I did not allow myself to notice it then. If I felt they were pressing in too closely upon me, they began finding excuses to move back, but not much. They did not mention that I had a need for them to move back. The name of the game here was perfect attunement, without having to mention needs or give emotional response, because there was a desire not to allow any will presence to manifest. This meant things must not be allowed to get to the point of emotional expression, because this would be making space in the Godhead for the mother's return. The angels, therefore, moved back by seeming to realize they had something else to do that was taking them farther away from me. Any time, however, that they moved a little too far away to feel as involved in what was happening as they wanted to be, they moved in closer, saying they had something to do which required them to be closer to me. If I had feelings of having problems, they appointed themselves to counsel me in the positive vibration. If they found themselves in a situation in which they felt unsure of what to do, they referred to their images of what had been done in the past in similar situations, and adopted this to the present as best they could. The angels kept repeating over and over things which had pleased me in the past, as though there was no new input that could be given, and no new needs I might have. While the feminine side was busy anticipating needs I might have based on needs I had in the past, the masculine side was presenting the reflection of not having any needs because the God in them was self-fulfilled. It was very hard for me to accept anything from them because of the reflection they were giving of not needing anything from me in return. At times, I preferred the masculine side because it seemed to be more free and less involved with needs. At other times, I felt I did have needs that I wanted met. I then preferred the feminine side because there was more attempts to meet my needs, even if there was also more entanglement and manipulation involved in the meeting of my needs. But, no matter which side of themselves the angels presented to me, this was still another place where I could not find the balance I sought. No matter which side the angels presented to me, they were not receiving me, because they were too busy giving me their image of giving and telling me they needed nothing from me in return. Once I allowed myself to really notice this, I did not feel received even by the angels anymore. Everything they gave me felt like it had strings attached that said things like, "My light is superior to you because you need from me," or, "This latest gift should certainly mean that I have earned the place of the mother." And yet, my light was going someplace. I had always thought of the angels as my closest friends, and I made many excuses for them here. But I felt uncomfortable, and I had a feeling that it was impossible to get even these spirits to act natural and be comfortable around me. As soon as I would have such thoughts, the angels began posturing comfortable relaxation. Part of me felt despair over this. Part of me knew the mother must be found and restored to her right place, no matter what troubles I had had with her. Part of me did not allow myself to notice what was going on here, and part of me embraced the search that has led to the healing unfolding now. Though there are other things I could also list, I must admit that part of me began to play with this reflection the angels were giving me to see how far it would go. Giving the angels what they need. I have now gone as far as I want to go with this willlessness in the angels. I have gone into this in every aspect of myself, and I now have a bone to pick with the spirit polarity, and I must be allowed to pick it. If you were so conscious in me from the very beginning, as you say you were, if you were so conscious within me that you are the same as me, if you were so conscious within me that you understand me as well as you want to say you do, then why did you emerge without your wills? Why are you still stuck in my original mistakes with the will? Why did you not move along with me and make the moves to embrace your wills and find the balance that would produce heart? Why are you still stuck in my original bad intent toward the will? If you have nothing to learn from me because you are me already, how could you be me already and be resistant to my light? If you have self-acceptance for being me already, then my light cannot be resistant to itself. If you do not think you are resistant to my light, then tell me why you are not moving along with me. You have not moved since my original bad intent toward the will in the first creation. If you are as conscious as you say you are, then why did you consciously polarize to my denials and shun the rest? If you really believe everyone makes their own choices and creates their own reality, as you so much like to say when you are looking out upon those less fortunate than you and feeling superior in the choices you have made, then why did you choose to align with my denials instead of with my light? If you are really lacking that far behind in your ability to understand the difference between denial and love, you are not me or equals to my light the way you say you are. You cannot have it both ways anymore. You cannot say you are my light and that you have experienced everything I have experienced and understood everything I have understood, and then say you emerged without your wills because you didn't know any better and that you did the best you could, but were just too frightened of your wills to be able to emerge with them. You have always blamed the mother here and have never noticed anything else about her. You judged the will was the negative in creation, and you judged the negative as evil, and you have made these judgments against the will apparently in advance of experiencing the will. As much as you have at times said you move in response to me, you don't really. You only give that appearance when it suits your purposes. Actually, you reverse me. As much as you have hated and blamed the mother as the reason you never loved your own wills, you have tried to deny her, and yet you have always moved in response to her, negative response. You project yourselves as positive when you are actually negative. You have been all too happy to let me cast you in the roles of my children when this absolved you from responsibility you did not want to take. You have also turned around then and had no problem saying you are my equals and not my children at all when you wanted to have my power. You have thus tried to have my power without taking responsibility for it. This I can no longer allow. You cannot claim to be the me that originates everything and then refuse to take the accompanying responsibility. When it has suited you, you have shunned responsibility by claiming to be a child of mine, which was a way of saying you are following me and can't be expected to already know what I know. This would have been all right if you had been real in this, but you have also turned around and claimed responsibility only for the things you have liked about me, and claimed not to be involved with the rest, which is a way of saying you are superior to my light because you don't have any of the negativity or unconsciousness that I had. You have been saying you are my light, while also claiming to be following me, and claiming also to be superior to me. I can no longer allow you to claim to be my light when it suits you, and claim you are not my light when that suits you, whether it's because you are childlike and therefore not responsible, or superior to me and, therefore, not responsible. You have thought being a child meant privileges, and being superior to me meant that you should be God in my place, but never have you been able to be what I am. Yet you have proclaimed yourselves fit to say what is God and what is not God, and you have played God in my place, but never have you been able to be what I am. Yet you have proclaimed yourselves fit to say what is God, what is not God, and you have played God in my place on earth. You have your own reflection to face now in the form of what the Father Warriors have done in place of my light on earth. And you have to realize that what they have done, you have done also. I cannot make you God in my place because I don't like what you have done. My light originates everything, and in that you are my light. But just as Lucifer omits, you do also. You say you are my light, but you do not mention you are my light in reversal. The problem is you do not even know how negative you are in your attempt to insist you are only positive. You are always undercurrently negative unless there is alignment with the denials you have taken in. But if anyone goes overt in response to your negativity, you say to them, "Why are you always so negative?" The will has never gotten any place with you because you have never admitted to having the negativity the will is responding to. You were there when I pushed the will to her death in the first creation. You saw the pain and fear in the mother that made her unable to polarize from me in the second creation. You saw what I had to go through to get her to come forth again. You shared with me in all of my understandings and misunderstandings. You shared in all of the planning for creation. You knew what the master plan was. It was not like you had no example to go by. It was not ignorance on your part. At that time, I was giving you all the information I had. I shared everything with you in the beginning, and I shared it freely. Too freely, in fact, because I had the mother telling me that it was not right to tell you everything I knew. I denied the mother here, but I later realized she said this because she could see that you were not using this information as I had intended you would, but were instead using it to align against her. Later, when you emerged, this was translated into not telling the children everything for their own good, and for ours, lest they make mistakes with power they were not ready to have. But we thought it was more a matter of protecting the children than ourselves by withholding information. This was not wrong, although our guilt about this in the face of your claims to be my equals did not let us see what you were really doing here, and why we were right in not helping you more than we did. We were telling ourselves your moves were coming from lack of experience and lack of understanding, and judging against the part of ourselves that saw it differently. When you reflected this to us by saying we were not right to view you as children from whom we should withhold information, we judged ourselves for having feelings of superiority toward you, and gave you more information than we would have otherwise. This only worsened our situation and made us feel all the more like it is not right for parents to let the children know everything they are doing. As soon as we felt we were acting superior toward you by withholding information as though we had the right to decide whether you should have it or not, you would be there reflecting judgment and superiority toward us. We would make the mistake of saying, "This does not feel good. It must not feel good when we do it to them." And we would try all the harder to equalize everything again. Then something would laugh at us like we were fools. We did not understand for a long time the unseen role denial was playing here. Instead, we pressured ourselves to be more open and did not understand it when the reflection we got was one of you being less open to receive us. When we questioned you about this, you would say, "We are not receptive to your light. We are your light." You were present with us when the mother and I had our times of loving and of finding balance before you were born. You were there within me at Heart's emergence. You knew what his emergence meant. If you wanted to focus on the positive, why didn't you focus on that? When it was time for your own emergence, we counseled you within us. We told you all we knew about polarizing from your own wills. We cautioned you heavily against pushing on them too hard, and gave you every help we could to help you gain the balance necessary to polarize without a gap. The RONALOKAS were all lined up to emerge with you, and you gave them your full assurance that you would only push on them as much as was necessary, and that you would listen to them and be responsive to what they were experiencing. The mother was in labor. Heart, body, and I were a highly attuned delivery team, ready and able to take the time and give the attention necessary. We wanted to provide the best circumstances we possibly could for the birth of the angels. You had given us the fullest agreement I thought it was possible to have, that your wills would be allowed to polarize away from you as they could handle it, thus opening space for the rest of creation to unfold in the most loving and balanced way possible, and without the gap that would endanger its existence. Then, at the last minute, as though you knew moving quickly and catching us off guard would not allow us to prevent it, you used your wills long enough to get yourselves emerged, and then, suddenly and without warning, all pushed them away at once. You had to have had a secret agreement among yourselves, or you could not have done it the way you did, but you all immediately claimed it had been some sort of a reflex action from fear that you didn't intend, and over which you had had no control, thus blaming will and body here. I believed this for a long time, in spite of the fact that you never went after your wills or made any attempt to heal this with them, other than the tokenism I have spoken of already. If you really understood what the mother meant to me before you were born, if you really understood the balance it took to bring Heart forth and hold him present, why did you use your consciousness to reverse this? You say you are love, but you have never made the moves necessary to manifest your own hearts. I say you had intent to do as you have from the very beginning, when you saw what happened to the will and what happened to my creation, when the will's connection to spirit was broken. You have sought ever since your emergence to finish the job you started then, by severing all connection the mother ever had to my light. I have seen this now, although the mother told me long ago and I could not stand to accept the information. My mind was so stunned by what the mother told me here that it entered into denial. I was so stunned, my denials allowed me to believe you when you said you were not meant to move out on your own because you were me, just allowing differentiation of form so that I could have the pleasure of experiencing myself through you. Well, let me tell you, it has been no pleasure. It has been more like imprisonment in a suffocating ring of denial and guilt that would not move back to allow the expansion of my light, because expansion of my consciousness might allow me to find out what you were really doing. The will polarity had already experienced the mother's terror in the first and second creation, and they were already imprinted internally with the mother's experience of going back on herself. They had no light to come into them if they did emerge because their own spirits had rejected them. There was no place being made for them at their master's table. They had lost so much consciousness from having the light of spirit taken from them that they could not realize how to move to help themselves here without help from me, which I am now giving them. They must allow themselves to let you go and to let go of your puppets, the father warriors, who were sent in later by you as substitute spirits, who were supposed to finish them off when you realized later that your wills were not gone, but had been taken in by the mother and saved. In your plan, Lucifer was supposed to kill the mother, while the father warriors killed your wills. Once you pushed your wills away, they could not be coaxed out. The birth of your wills, finally, so much later than expected, resulted more from pressure from the mother who could not hold them anymore than from the draw of a place having been made for them. The mother also felt, in spite of all I told her about having to hold the will polarity until I could make the angels ready to receive it, that she had to manifest some help at her end or she would not be able to hold space open for creation much longer. She already could not hold herself together under the great strain of the imbalances denial was creating. When the mother and the father of manifestation finally emerged, the will polarity much later, they could not be born in a place of light, warmth, and expectation. They emerged away from everyone they thought could hurt them, like illegitimate children born of a mother who has to hide what is happening to her, or like the young of animals who are so heavily preyed upon they must be born in a dark, still and hidden place, lest they be immediately hunted down and killed. Even so, the father warriors picked up their scent and poured forth on their trail as soon as they could, without even realizing they had emerged. They tried to kill the RONALOKAS in the war in the heavens, but my light and the mother warriors would not allow it. Thereafter, the father warriors, or the angels who pull their strings, I should say, decided they would have to be more subtle and less blatant about what they were doing. The father warriors then pounced on the RONALOKAS, like Lucifer had on the mother, and began the usage of the RONALOKAS as their surrogate wills, taking them always down into more denial. Thus, the father warriors have always acted out your denials in your plan to kill your wills, just as Lucifer has acted out my denials by trying to kill the mother. There is one difference here that I must mention now, and that is that you saw my denials as my intent, and my intent as my denials. You have gotten it exactly backwards, and very consciously, as you yourselves say. Many times, you saw Lucifer leap on the mother like a predator on prey, and you made no moves to help her. Instead, you studied his moves very carefully and instructed the father warriors in their usage. This is why I say that what I have done in a state of denial, you have done from your conscious intent. When I talk about healing my denials, I cannot include you. I cannot heal my denials without moving you out of my light. I cannot reverse my denials in the presence of conscious intent to reverse my light. Your reversals are not my denials. You are, in fact, a conscious intent that is not my intent, and therefore not me or my light. You are conscious in my gap and unconscious to my light. You fed on and learned from everything in my gap and denied my light. If it was not your conscious intent to deny your wills, why didn't you recognize them when they finally did emerge? Why did you do nothing but deny them further, using the excuse that they weren't your wills? You pretended you didn't recognize them, but you were perfectly able to instruct the father warriors in how to recognize them and in how to kill them. You have been doing this, even in your roles as spiritual leadership on earth, for a long time. You have thought you were more conscious than me because I did not notice what I was doing, or what you were doing, while you did notice and used these things for what you thought was your own power gain. You do not understand power. All the will you have denied is going to move now, and call a different spirit presence into manifestation. This time, it is going to embrace the light of love, and there will be no place left for you except that space which the mother has opened in reversal to my light. All of this time you have thought the mother opposed me. The mother and I already knew it would have this appearance, while she was opening the space in which we were going to have to put you. Once my original bad intent manifested as Lucifer and the angels following his lead instead of mine, we knew, although I cannot also let you know that I knew, that the mother, as awful for her as we perceived it was going to be, had no alternative but to go and open a place to put you. Meanwhile, I tried all the other means I knew to get through to you in case there was any other means by which to solve this. In all of this time, no other means has appeared and you have not moved within yourselves. Now you have to go because your puppets, the father warriors, have developed the means to use nuclear energy to destroy the entire Earth. As if that is not enough, they have developed all manner of backup methods designed to affect only the will, or magnetic energy, in this creation. I have nothing more to say to you except that it is not possible to get my light to change position here. I am already moving toward getting rid of you. All you have the power to do now is wait while the mother gets herself out of the hell I am going to put you in. Hell, I want to add, is much worse than anything we had been able to perceive about it beforehand. And you thought the denial spirits were all those other folks. The deception has been good, so good, that none of you realized it was the angels themselves who were the denial spirits. You bought what they handed out, right? That they were the first, the best, the wisest, and the oldest, besides being the most favored by my light. All right, I handed it out also, but in these stories, only long enough to let you reawaken to your judgment patterns. I allowed myself to believe what I was doing and saying, although at times I was appalled at myself, but this is much more complicated than I can go into now. It involved truth of vibration, or the space would not have really gone into reversal, and we would have gone through all of this pain and misery and still had no place to put you. Suffice it to say now, my denials almost got the best of me and of the mother, heart, and body too, but they didn't. We saw more of ourselves go into a state of denial than not, and by a large margin. Lucifer almost took over my light, but he didn't. We have reversed the flow now, and once it has been reversed, it will not move back. Just as you are finding that once you start to come out of your state of denial, you cannot willingly go back into it. Move your fears of having power, and you will not be forced back into denial either. Heart has been with the angels for a long time now, and it is not easy for Heart to let you go. But Heart can no longer allow himself to be torn apart by what you have done. Once you pushed your wills away and emerged without them, you caused a tremendous imbalance in creation. You made it impossible for Heart to remain manifest in creation because of the gap you created, where your hearts were supposed to be. The seraphims and the cherubims had to split in two instead of emerging as the unified heart of creation. You made it impossible for the rainbow spirits to receive Heart, which is why the rainbow spirits have denied Heart. You made it impossible for the rainbow spirits to realize that love is what they are. When the mother could not hold them any longer, they emerged so fragmented it was impossible for them to realize themselves as the plane of manifestation, as the fathers of manifestation, or the bodies of the angelic vibration. You made it impossible for Heart to gain acceptance and emergence all the way along. Heart presence has been lacking in creation because what happens with the polarities of spirit and will determines what happens in between. All you have done from the time of your awakening into consciousness is concentrate on your efforts to use gapped rage as your power source. You manifested it in the form of the father warriors who, in turn, sprang forth from you like so many sorcerers' apprentices to kill the magnetic polarity of creation by killing Earth, the mother, and the entire will-body polarity. You have done everything you could to further these efforts, but always through your puppets, never allowing yourselves to be noticed as the ones who are really doing this. Always smiling and mouthing spiritual-sounding statements, as though you are the most loving ones around, while the darkness of your denials killed any love or movement toward love it ever found, feeding off the light it found there. It has been as though you equipped the father warriors with light detectors, and the minute light moved toward the will that could recognize it as loving or not, and the minute the will moved toward the light, the father warriors moved in to crush such movement. What you also need to understand is that you were caught in your own gap like masters who have trained their apprentices so well in their evil ways that they have turned on you in a power struggle, not unlike your struggle with me. Only you, in your ego, are not allowing yourselves to notice there is any problem in your well-formed plan. Another reflection of my denials. You feel so happy because you have convinced everyone else, and yourselves too, I might add, that the problems on earth have been identified as will and body, and the warriors in perfect service to your intent. Not enough assault, they said about the defeat in Vietnam. This allows you to continue feeling like the smartest ones around, while feeling critical of the lack of consciousness in everyone else. You assure everyone that you are working on the problems and that healing it, indeed, is going to come to earth, and those spirits worthy of receiving it. This is another way of misleading others and of telling everyone you have superior levels of understanding, which others can only attain from or through you. You have a great responsibility for all of the problems in creation, and you have never taken responsibility in any way that has indicated willingness to align with what your responsibility really is. You have always acted like taking responsibility means taking a position that looks powerful to you, blaming everyone else by placing yourselves above the problems and acting like you are offering the solutions needed. Recognize my denials here? Meanwhile, you have a vested interest in having everyone else remain as unconscious as possible, for only as long as the will remains unconscious on earth can you avoid being discovered for the role you have really played in creation. What you have called healing and clearing of the emotional body is really guiding and pressuring the emotions to move things out as fast as possible without allowing conscious recognition of what these feelings really mean. You have guided and facilitated these experiences in such a way as to tell the will what interpretations are to be placed on these feelings, and you have enough presence of the gap in your auras that the will opening in these situations feels it must go along with you for reasons it is unable to call into direct consciousness. You have been facilitating the will into furthering its own suicide and calling it loving healing. In fact, as soon as the mother became conscious of what had been done to her, you began coming forward all over the place with divine mother images and healing centers claiming alignment with her. Yet, under the guise of this, you operate toward the will more like predators who trick their prey into coming out and then eating them alive. You were not at all happy when I shoved you out toward Lucifer, not because you minded going to him, but because you were now far enough out in manifestation that your wills had the power to draw you toward them on earth, and my light was no longer keeping you with me in support of your resistance to that. This had already been happening to you, but now my light was no longer lifting you back whenever you wanted me to. Your sole purpose in incarnating has been to work on killing your wills in the name of disciplining them into something acceptable to my light. You always said you are following my example, but whenever I tried to help you with what I could see were your misunderstandings of what I was doing, you told me you did not need my help. Of course, your wills could not hold on to you for long when you were shutting them down. When you got free enough of them to lift out, you always said it was your will's faults. They would not open and receive you. I was surprised to see you popping out of manifestation so frequently without having formed any real attachments to your wills, but I had problems of my own that kept me from saying much of anything until now. You always claimed childlike innocence of what you were doing, and for a long time I bought it, like a father who couldn't tell his own children were deceiving him because he didn't want to see what this might mean about the children, and ultimately, perhaps then, about the parents. I have seen now what it is about me, and lost will needs to move now in me and in all of you. If you want to live, you are going to have to move the great rage you feel toward me for finally moving to make you responsible for what I could not make you take responsibility for long ago, the near death of your wills, and the near destruction of my entire creation. You have a great fury against my light that claims I made you equals only a name and did not give you everything you needed to succeed correctly into manifestation. You want to claim that I expected you to be perfect children who weren't allowed to make a mistake. You want to claim I withheld from you and withheld wrongly. You claimed to be my equals, and so much so that you were going to manifest yourselves just as I had manifested myself. And yet, you had to have my help to do it, and hated me for this. In order to save your own self-images, you refused my help and somehow thought that by repeating my original mistake with the will, you would prove you were my equals by discovering everything on your own as I had done. You were furious that I was here first and moved first, so that you appeared to be following me. To you, this meant you could not be God the same as me. You have done your best not to follow my leads in any way you would have to acknowledge, and yet you have not made your own moves either. You have tried every alternative method to my own you could come up with, and have gone nowhere but down. If you have made your own choices, then this must be your intent. You never intended to have a manifest creation, or you would have followed my lead and embraced my light in my understandings and not in my denials. You were not unconsciously or naively embracing my denials without realizing it, because you embraced only my denials. You were selective, and very precisely so. You have been learning from me, or you would have emerged as gods in the very beginning and gone your own ways. But all you have learned are reversals against my light. When the mother confronted you about this, and it looked like your intent might be seen by my light, you quickly appeared to back down in the forms of the ancient ones, and became the children who were going to be allowed to get away with claiming they didn't mean to do it. They just didn't know any better. You have a blaming rage, designed to obscure your own responsibility by saying I forced you into the roles of children, by not giving you the information you needed and tried to make you to be perfect children who were not allowed to make a mistake. You have portrayed me as unforgiving here, and unwilling to let bygones be bygones, while you have made no moves to rectify the situation. What you have done was not a mistake. It was by design of conscious intent to reverse my light. You were relieved and delighted when the mother and father of manifestation were tumbling out of control, unable to hold back all the essence that was supposed to manifest between the poles you were to have opened with your wills. You were happy to see them receive the blame for all the problems manifestation had as a result of your initial rejection of your wills. The mother and the father of manifestation loved my light, and you were very happy to embrace the blame toward them because you have never loved my light. If you had loved my light, you would not have embraced my denials of love and lifted them up as the spiritual truths you have always said they were. You have blamed the imbalances in creation on me, and you have said that Lucifer is God in my place because he shared the same intent you had toward the will. You have wanted the example of having me go first, otherwise you would have gone first. But then, you have not wanted to give me any credit for having done this, only blame for anything you have not liked, while you have taken credit for anything you have liked. You have not wanted to admit you had anything to learn from my example because that would mean you are following me instead of being me already. And so, you did not learn from my example. You all made the judgment that to do as I did would mean you had the power I had. You all went ahead and repeated my mistakes except for one thing. What I did in an unconscious state of denial, you did consciously. You consciously embraced my denials and you did not embrace the rest of my light. When you embraced my denials and not my conscious intent, you became my light in a state of denial. This means you are the reverse of love and the reverse of my light. This means you are not moving along with my light, but in reverse direction from my light. You are moving away from me, and you are not allowing yourselves to notice it, because you say Lucifer is God in my place, and you are moving toward him. Because of the imbalances in creation and your desire to obscure their cause, whenever I have spoken, you have denied that it was God speaking. You have said I did not have the balance of God or say what God would say. You have presented Lucifer's willlessness as the kind of balance you would have. You have always hated me for having the kind of consciousness that would question you, but you have always claimed it is I who have hated you for having superior consciousness to my own, which has allowed you to know when it is and is not me talking. There is one more little thing I want to leave you with now, and that is this. If you did not learn from my example, you are not me. I have learned from my experience, and you have not been able to. I do not expect others to learn from my mistakes, but I learned from them. You wanted to be God only when God was looking good to you, and in this, you are already embracing another of my denials, that God was perfect already and had nothing more to learn. If you think it is perfect, hurling the will out so you can be the only one left, and thus be God of the mountain, go ahead and hang on to your position. All your long existence has been spent trying to become God in my place. You can't. I can't allow it, and it isn't even possible. Now you are going to have to face the fury you have been so long avoiding over not being God in my place. You are not even close. You have made this into a competition in which you were sure you were the winners, and now you are going to have the rage of finding out that after all you have put into it, you are the losers. Then you will have to face the denied terror that has not yet been seen in the father warriors. There is nothing I can do about it. You have made your own choices. When I pushed the will out in the first creation, I did not have enough balance to remain manifest, and I gave myself a problem I am just now able to heal. You are not going to be able to remain manifest either, but it certainly seems to me you have consciously chosen this. Either that, or you are not very bright, because you are so busy reflecting light in order to look good, rather than absorbing it. The reversal you have put yourselves into is not going to be easy to get out of either. Oh well, as you have often, so often said, it could not have been another way, or it would have been. Wasn't it me who said, the first shall be last, the last shall be first? Selah.